Knockoff products fascinate me. The way that someone can deceive so many people and skirt the law so lightly, either by acting with anonymity or by simply sliding by with nothing more than a loose imitation. That's why I've decided to dedicate an entire month to seeking out these elusive products for a closer inspection. This is Knockoff November. First up, the little cars in the Great Race. Mockbusters of Pixar films are surprisingly potent. They're the sort that you're most likely to find on DVD shelves across the country. They're arguably the easiest target for duplication because they are so often filled with terms that simply cannot be trademarked. I'm pretty surprised I haven't literally just come across one of these called Cars. Who's gonna stop you? Did they trademark the word Cars? I don't think so. This is a knockoff of a movie that was a knockoff of another movie, and when I looked for this knockoff specifically, I almost bought the wrong knockoff. We are pretty far down the rabbit hole at this point. Does it go deeper? I almost don't want to know. We start off on a race, where a certain little yellow car starts off around the rear, but quickly is able to outpace the competition. Just as he's reached the front of the line, he's horrified to see his best friend dead ahead in his own path.
What happened? Cruz! Wake up, Cruz! Quick! Come on! Mr. V is coming! Come on, Lugnut! You woke me up in the best part! I was winning the big race!
I was about to commit vehicular manslaughter. This is our main protagonist, a yellow car worker named Cruz, alongside his best friend, basically Mater.
Winning the big race! Yeah! In your dreams!
I don't really know what I expected with this movie, but this certainly was an apt introduction. The company that makes these films, Video Brinquedo, are some of the most notorious mockbusterers out there, having a catalog saturated and soaking with infamy. Being based in Brazil, Brinquedo creates their films set to a Spanish audio track, leaving the English track feeling slightly off. This only slightly justifies why the animation is so stilted and jerky.
You mean you thought I was really talking about I thought I was going crazy. Sorry, kid. Ain't that a kick in the head? You see, kid, I guess I really didn't know what you were talking about.
Voice actors are trained to be very attentive to lip flaps when they dub something that's foreign, which is usually an easy task, as long as the animation is simple and the line has the right number of syllables. But when you have features where the animation makes absolutely no goddamn sense, then the consequence is going to be that the voice actors might accidentally just say the lines weird. The best voice acting in this special comes from the people who are clearly just ignoring the visuals entirely and doing their own thing. Because in most scenes, the only noise that would make sense to be coming out of these mouths is
all you motor mouths can talk about. I can't stand this time of year. No one talks about anything else except race here, race there, race every which way.
I'm having a little bit of a problem piecing together exactly what's happening right now. Probably because with each second, I get more and more confused with how this universe works. Wait a minute. Are those two taxis? Taxis to what? They live in a universe entirely populated by vehicles. Who could possibly need a taxi? Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. They're delivery men. But then why are they dressed like taxis? The boss notes that he's tired of hearing about the race and asks the two why they aren't doing real work since they're both on the clock.
Sorry to disagree, Mr. V. I love it when race season begins. Raceopolis really gets going when the racers from all over the country come to town for the big race.
Jesus Christ, if I had to hear the word race that often, I'd probably hate the concept of one as well. The boss's niece then shows up and joins in the conversation, apparently being quite exhilarated by the upcoming event. The main two guys in the scene keep doing this weird thing where they'll wink at each other or snicker at random, and I figure that the only thing this could mean would be that in the Spanish dub, she's constantly laying down accidental innuendos, and in the American dub, they figured that wasn't really appropriate for a children's movie and they cut all of that out. I watched a couple of Brinquedo films preparing for this, and this seems to be a thing that happens a lot. It doesn't help that I'm pretty sure all of these films are dubbed by 4 kids.
Ladies, do you have to be so critical?
So the boss's niece says that as the race is the next day, they should all go home and get nice and polished for the big event. Cruz and Lugnut take the long route and talk about their relationship qualms along the way.
What are you talking about? Good enough?
I didn't do that. No, you're thinking that I edited the audio and I zoomed in on him suddenly, but no, that wasn't me. The movie did that. It was meant to be that way. So Cruz is worried that he's too good to date the boss's niece, and at one point we are forced to sit through this uncomfortable moment where he starts to try and talk about her in a very erotic tone.
I can't stop thinking of her. Those fenders, that rear bumper, and those headlights. Oh, those headlights.
Once you make that line about car parts sound all fucking weird, it makes all the other ones sound weird by comparison.
Did someone say race? Ooh, that gets my motor going.
Here's the thing I never got about the Cars franchise. So, do they still have engines, or are the mouths where the engines should be? I mean, do they have, organs, or is it all, nuts and bolts? Lugnut gets Cruz to admit that he's in love with Koo, and after some deep thinking, Lug thinks of a plan to win her heart.
Say! What if you invited Coop to the big race tomorrow?
That took you that long to come up with? Big event that everyone has been talking about all day, that she is already going to, whether you invite her or not. The thing the town is named after, that wasn't the first thing you considered as a possibility? This scene never ends. At first, it's kind of nice to have a same slow moment with our main characters, but then you realize it's only being done so they can loop the same animation over and over and over and over and do it. I've been doing this bit a little too often.
I want to hear you say it. Come on, let me hear it. I'm Cruz, the real deal.
The guy voicing Mater here, he's, how do I put this in the right set of words? I think he's shitposting. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this dude in the booth just realized at some point that he was dubbing a completely meaningless film that no one would ever watch and enjoy, so he just started blurting out complete nonsense as a joke. And then the director was all like, oh, we're putting that in.
Yeah? You think so? Get your motor running, head out on the highway.
Yes.
Looking for adventure.
He starts singing Born to be Wild. And it's not just a single line either, he goes through the entire chorus. Twice, I'm pretty sure. And it's clear this is just a one voice actor messing around on his own, because the other guy keeps having these completely unrelated pieces of dialogue that are spliced into the middle. It's beautiful. The next day, Cruz and Lug go to the race stadium to buy tickets, where they pass 2 of the most famous races from the upcoming race. One is the bad guy and the other is the town's idol. Coop shows up after this and Lug tries to distract her to not draw attention to Cruz's actions, which I don't know why. It's not weird that he's buying tickets to the race. It's pretty. I imagine it's common.
Have you seen Cruz?
Cruz? Cruz? Born to be well.
Hey, you dollface. Nice headlights.
Oh, hi. Thanks, I guess.
Alright, are headlights tits in this universe? Is that the joke? Is there a joke? So this black racing car starts hitting on Coop and invites her backstage to watch him practice laps with his crew. But then Coop sees him start to yell at some of his workers and overall act like a total diva and grows less fond of him. Cruz starts to mope over the fact that there's no way that a girl like Coop would ever go for him, but Mater tells him not to worry about it and that if he really gives up, he can never win. Their boss then shows up and has Cruz start his daily deliveries, and confides in Mater that the company isn't doing too well, and in order to save it so he doesn't have to fire the 2 of them, he sends Mater off to get all of his life savings out of the Racetropolis Bank. Mater goes and gets the money, but at the last minute he bets it all on racing. Wait, what the actual fuck?
Bet everything on the Raceopolis team, and let it ride.
That's not like a sitcom misunderstanding. That's an actual dick thing to do. You can't just take someone else's money, their life savings, and gamble it all away on a race on a hunch without their permission. What the actual fuck, Mater? So that night, the evil racer from earlier spikes the gasoline of his opponent and drives away, leaving little more than a single tire track. The next night, the champ of Raceopolis is getting ready for the big track when he takes a sip of the tainted oil and suddenly collapses. Meanwhile, Mater lets it slip that he had bet all of the boss's money on the champ.
How could you, Lugnut? I can't believe you did something like that!
But it's the champ, sir. He can't lose. He's fast and furious.
So the oil spike is announced and the police show up to, okay, he's dead. He is dead. There is no saying he isn't dead, he is just dead. The police find the single set of tire tracks, but they have no way to quickly identify the owner of the stain. Without a racer for the big event, Raceopolis will be disqualified and the boss will have lost all of his money. So Cruz steps up to take the place of the champ.
That's a good one. You have my throttle going.
Alright, so it looks like we're getting off to a smooth start. He had to stop there to speed up. You're not moving. Oh, spit up there. Made up for it. Oh, flying car now. Cosmo Cop. Alright, where's Cruz? Oh, there he is. He's catching up. Alright, yeah, you can do it, man. You can do it. Just rear-end him. Oh, it might be Twiz. Might be the character we've never seen before who wins. Just stick your tongue out.
He'll do it. I know he will.
How long do you think this took to render? Like 2 days? This whole movie? What? Did he just cheat by spitting gum onto the track? Oh, this is the greatest movie I've ever seen in my entire life. So then apparently the black car is in the lead again, but then he runs over a bunch of spikes that Cruz somehow manages to avoid. You'd think that this was a trap that he'd set for someone else and then accidentally ran over himself, but the way the dialogue is set up, it seems like this was set up by someone else entirely.
No one wrangles the Wrangler!
It's never explained who did it, though. Perhaps it's just because I'm not invested in the lore enough. I'm sure one of the 9 sequel films explains this. So surprise, Cruz wins the race.
You went the extra mile. You earned your racing stripes today, kid.
He's not a kid. He's the man. He won the race fair and square.
Okay, so the champ isn't dead, but he's at least crippled for life. But then the black car drives up and starts accusing Cruz of being the one who had spiked the champ's supply so that he could take his place. And if we hadn't clearly been shown that this wasn't the case, it's something that I would totally believe. It makes the most sense.
Do you think it matches?
Jumpin' Jehoshaphat, it's the same. Where did you find this?
I can't say for sure, but you may want to investigate a certain
Shiny black race car.
who signed this.
Shit posting so hard. The Mockbusters wiki page on this movie says that each character is a ripoff of a major character from Cars, but honestly, other than the Mater clone, this really isn't the case at all. I'm actually highly disappointed in this film. Of all the talk of this company being the lowest of the low, this film is just kind of mediocre. The main factor is that it's not too slow, I guess. It's only 32 minutes long, so it really doesn't take that long to get through, and honestly, there's nothing outright offensive or upsetting about it. It's clearly not to the level that I'd prescribe it as a so bad that it's good viewing experience, but it's also not something that's really bad enough to get mad about. Will say this though, if I had to choose between this and the original Cars, I'd definitely watch this again. From the dawn of creation, an oracle spoke of an unbeatable team who would save the world from an unstoppable demigod threatening the causality of causality itself. That team has never arrived. Instead, a new group rises from the ashes, certainly not nearly as qualified to tackle the problem, but pretty much the best that humanity has right now. This is Purple Man. He is purple. This is Multiplication Man. Multiplication Man has the power to create a perfect duplication of himself with equal intelligence, strength, and wisdom, at the small cost of the original dying almost immediately. This is God. He is surprisingly quiet. At the age of 22, Jerry Falcon was hit by a car which knocked him into a container of scientific equipment that mixed together the perfect chemical concoction that enhanced his aerobic skills while also permanently damaging his respiratory system. He is the Asthmatic Flash. This is Perfect Sphere Man. His power is being a perfect sphere. He's Jewish and cripplingly depressed.
I can't even drink my sorrows away. I don't have a mouth.
Why are you such a fucking bitch about everything? That one was an accident.
A child prodigy with an incredible mind, Bruce Allen spent nearly a decade of dedication building up a perfect suit that gave him the abilities of a god. Super strength, invulnerability, and flight were all at his command. However, the completed suit looks so ridiculous that he avoids putting it on at all costs.
Yo, purple guy, you got this one, alright?
And their leader, Scarce.
Hey guys, it's Scarce here.
As a child, Scarce developed the power to sense double uploads within a 10-mile radius.
I'm definitely feeling just one upload today.
Also, he has Together, they are the Supervised Squad.
Dang it! How many movies am I gonna watch today that seem like they're Suicide Squad when I put them in, but then they turn out to be something that kind of sounds like Suicide Squad, but isn't Suicide Squad at all? Whatever. I'm just gonna turn my head away from this pile of DVDs, and I'm gonna grab a random one, and I'm sure that one will be Suicide Squad. This was Suicide Squad. Oh my god. I didn't think I'd get to see it tonight.
Too bad I fell asleep like 10 minutes in. Oh well. Hey, the director's cut is a little bit better. Well, let's see. I'm sure it's the first one I'll grab.
But yeah, that was oh, this guy was bored. He was so bored he grew a little beard. That was the worst movie I've ever seen in my entire life. I really don't want to do this right now. Welcome back to Knockoff November, except for the fact that no, it's not November, it's December, it's Christmas, we've come full circle.
Asylum Films are perhaps the most notable mockbuster company to ever start releasing films. They're so infamous at this point that they're almost a household name, and this has had both a positive and a negative effect on their evolution as a company. Interestingly, the Asylum wasn't originally a company that tried to piggyback off of the success of other people's hard work. Their first film kinda looks like it totally could be a real thing that someone somewhere could actually enjoy unironically. Apparently it's both directed and co-written by the girl from The Goonies. It was only when Asylum realized that there was a lot more potential money in making bad movies that a lot of people would buy and see as a joke, than good movies that only a few people would see and defend, that they decided to make a switch to a completely different kind of filmmaking. In 2006, Asylum released their third technical mockbuster, which I would argue was actually the first of theirs to be legitimately legally questionable. The cover of said film featured a train coming out of a snake's mouth. One of the people seeking investors for the project was asked if that was actually in the film. So he made them put it in the film. You get the sense that at Asylum there's this minor clash of interests. There's the people who want to prove the critics wrong and who want to make something that's good enough to make people forget that it's made by the same company that made all these other terrible movies. Then there's the people who realize that it's inevitable that the movie they're making is gonna be bad, and they want to at least make it a fun kind of bad. But the main goal of the head puppeteers is still to make something that looks like it's another thing, because that's what hipsters pay for nowadays. I've gone on record to say that films like Manos, The Hands of Fate, and Grave Encounters 2 would never end up on a long-term list of the worst films that I've ever seen. This is because those films are kind of fun, and I enjoy watching them. They're bad. I disagree with everything about them from a creative standpoint, and if I had been involved, they would have been completely different films. But I never felt like turning them off to watch something different. Well, I did. That's a lie. There are parts of those films that are kind of slow and weird, But it never got to the point that those parts of the film made me want to find a pair of bathroom tweezers to slowly pull my eyeballs out one by one. Sinister Squad immediately doesn't start off on the right foot with me by trying to trick me into thinking that it's going to be a real movie and not a collection of long scenes all set in 3 rooms. What's happening here is that these two are secret agents of some kind. You'll notice that one of them is kinda dressed up like Harley Quinn for just this scene, just to confuse people more. Both of these guys are on a mission to intercept some kind of mob boss dude who's basically trying to buy drugs. What I wouldn't do to read that newspaper. Discount Ricky Martin attempts to pretend to be his drug dealer of sorts and is quickly caught in the act.
Anything for Rumpelstiltskin.
So this guy is actually Rumpelstiltskin, a character from a story collected by the Grimm brothers in the 1812 edition of Children's and Household Tales. Sinister Squad is essentially a stab at the idea of an Avengers-like expanded universe, but where all of the characters are from old nursery rhymes, urban legends, and fairy tales. You may not have pieced it together, but even the 2 leading cast members that we've met so far are also from these sorts of stories. Oh, come on! Don't you guys know Hansel and Gretel when you see them? Because they're not. She's Goldilocks, and he's the Pied Piper. There are so many reasons that he doesn't work as the Pied Piper that I think I can make an entire standalone video about it. You may notice that there's no actual visual clues given that any of these characters are who they're supposed to be. Get used to that. After watching this film, I now get why people like those vinyl pop figure things. It's cool to see how a company can make the same head, eyes, and body look like different people and pop icons while still using very little detail. This film somehow can't seem to pull that off, and it has the privilege of using actual humans who can talk to each other and walk around. There's only one real character in this where you can tell who he's supposed to be just from his initial appearance, and that's only because he kinda looks like Johnny Depp. Instead, the script will lackadaisically wander through scenes, and occasionally characters will be given one-liners that hint at who they're supposed to actually be. One thing that annoyed me was that there wasn't any logic or thought put into how these characters are portrayed in modern times, or to how they correlate to the originals in any way. Like, you'd think that Goldilocks is inquisitive to the point that it gets her into trouble. You know, like Goldilocks. Or maybe she doesn't have a sense of boundaries and she just uses other people's stuff without permission. That'd be funny. But instead, she kicks ass and she has an attitude. Rumpelstiltskin has the superpower of being able to manipulate any person to do anything simply by talking to them. It's kind of a cool superpower, which is rare, because no one in this film has cool superpowers except for him. Most of them just have guns. But when you think about it, Rumpel himself really shouldn't have these powers considering his original story. I know the man has built up a reputation of being some brilliant manipulator who can get anyone to do anything, but that's not in the story. If anything, in the original story, he's extremely fucking stupid. Like, does anyone remember the original? So this dad goes around town and he tells people that his daughter can spin straw into gold. Who knows why? Maybe he was drunk. Maybe he's tired of all his friends having those cool bumper stickers about their kids being honor students. Who knows? Either way, the king hears about this, and he locks the daughter up in the tower, and orders him to weave gold out of straw. And if she can't do it, she's gonna be executed. And then old Rumpelstiltskin shows up, and he tells the daughter that he can weave the gold if she gives him something. So she gives him a piece of jewelry, in most versions. The king is amazed, orders the woman to make him even more gold the next night. Rumpel shows up, and he weaves the gold for her. And the 3rd night, the king says that if she makes the gold again, he will make her the queen. And Rumpel shows up, but the woman doesn't have any jewelry left. He eventually agrees to do it, but in exchange, she has to give him her first newborn. And later, she is queen, and she has the baby, but she of course wants out of the deal. And Rumpel says that the only way out is to guess his name. When he leaves, this time, she follows him, and basically overhears him say, "Wow, it's a good thing that Rumpelstiltskin is like a super rare name, because otherwise I'd lose a lot of babies using this system." And then the next day, she guesses the name, because she overheard him say what his name is. And he either leaves, or explodes, or stomps so hard that his kidney fails. Look, the point I'm trying to make is that it's not the most clever story of all time. Every time I hear it, I forget what the ending is, and I expect something cool, like him turning out to be someone she used to know, or maybe she says it totally by accident.
You remember the time you were stream fishing in Mercury Creek and you got that soaker? You remember the sound your boot made when you were walking home.
This is a story meant for people who had almost no formal education. It wasn't meant for us. These people were so dumb that the only way they could imagine solving a riddle would be if they just overheard the answer while they were hiding in the bushes. But yeah, Rumpelstiltskin, he's not a smart dude, and he didn't make anyone do anything. He lost. That's the end of the story. If anything, Rumpelstiltskin's power should be turning shit into gold, which I guess explains why he looks like he just ate a big old bag of popcorn and he never picked the kernels out of his teeth. And apparently there's another operation not part of Goldie and Piper's who are also hunting Rumpelstiltskin. Death! Death himself. Yes, they had every urban legend, wives' tale, and pop-up book throughout all of history, and they just went with Dead as the main villain. I mean, I guess Rumpelstiltskin is just really hard to one-up in the end, isn't he? Hey, wait a goddamn minute. Why is the Pied Piper a good guy? The Pied Piper is way more evil than fucking Rumpelstiltskin. Didn't he, like, force a bunch of children into drowning themselves just to prove a point? Why doesn't he have mind powers? This doesn't make any sense. So this dude shows up and he tells Rumpel that Death wants him dead, and then he kills himself. The Lord of Darkness has amazingly generic henchmen. But then Rumpel gets knocked out by a good guy henchman, and he is approached by the good guy leader.
Curiouser and curiouser. We've made a delightful mess of things, haven't we? Let's not dally now. It's through the looking glass for you.
Alice in Wonderland's not a fairy tale. It's a book. It's a book that's 150 years old, easily within the public domain, but it ain't no fairy tale, so don't put it with all this fairy tale shit and expect me not to notice, because what you're doing right now, you're just trying to be lazy. You're just trying to cheat. You're cheating right now. You're including shit that doesn't count because you know that everyone's going to recognize it, and you're going to be able to pull a bunch of stuff from it without thinking about the consequences of having this be said in your little shitty multiverse. Look, you have every story ever made by human hands up to probably the past 200 years, okay? Just choose from that. You have a plethora of content, you gotta look through it, but there is stuff that people are gonna know about, other than things that aren't the thing that you're looking for. Establishing shot of a random cool-looking building the filmmakers didn't get permission to film. This was the first moment in the film where I thought to myself something that would consistently echo throughout my brain for the rest of this presentation. Wow. I don't fucking care.
Perhaps I am mad. Why, sometimes I've believed as many as 6 impossible things before breakfast.
Shut up, fuck you. It's the attitude, man, the attitude. It's bad enough that the film doesn't have a script that explains shit. It's hard enough to care when so little of anything makes any sense and nothing is unique. But it's the fact that the film still acts like it's some high-class character study, like a real film. It makes it so fucking unbearable and obnoxious. They walk around and do character shit for a while, and eventually they just put him in a cell room alongside a werewolf? Are you serious, movie? A werewolf? Did you literally have 2 minutes to come with all the stories you were going to feature in this movie? How were you so unimaginative with your concept? A werewolf. A werewolf. He's not even a werewolf, he's just a guy with teeth. That's all he ever is in the movie. He's just a guy with teeth who gets caught eating zoo animals. Which, of course, you would know about if, like me, you spent 5 minutes trying to read that newspaper from earlier in the movie.
As you can see, your meddlings brought all sorts of grim beasties and monsters from your world to mine.
So apparently Rumpelstiltskin was tasked by someone to find a magic mirror that had magic mirror rings or something. But he broke it by accident, and now everyone wants him dead for this. This line suggests that, like, when he broke the mirror, he did it in, like, the alternate dimension fairy tale world, and that sent all these creatures into the real world, and it was just enough weird creatures to acknowledge that something had happened, but not enough that anything interesting would happen, and you can make a good movie about it. Also, I'm only showing clips of them talking about this because nothing ever happens in this movie. It's really just scenes of people talking about how stuff happens in this movie. If it's so irrelevant to the story that you're only using it to justify why all the fairy tale creatures are in this universe, then why not just have this movie be set in the fairy tale universe? I mean, I guess the suggestion is that Alice is the only person to, like, be born on Earth, which I guess makes sense. Except no, because it still doesn't explain how Alice traveled, like, 140 years into the future. I had no real reason to play that, but it's my channel. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Every time Rumpel makes an eye or eyebrow motion when he has the Hannibal mask on, they dub in cartoon sound effects, and it doesn't start out funny, and the more they do it, it gets really unbearable. I like to imagine they didn't tell the guy playing Rumpel that they were gonna do this, and he was just really embarrassed during the first screening.
Crown, army. Literally, actually.
Messenger. Cult.
What the hell is that? Oh, an interdimensional portal has opened up in my backyard and is dispersing various subpar superheroes all over it who are fighting some sort of unseen force. That's pretty cool.
I must multiply to 5 million!
Someone help me, please! There's so many!
God damn it, I just finished raking. This is bullshit.
Exposition shot of a hotel sign they filmed without permission. So Goldie goes to a hotel to intercept a fairy tale dude who she has to stop. It's a guy named Bluebeard who's obsessed with knives and fights her. Interestingly enough, Bluebeard is actually a real piece of folklore that they didn't make up. And it's the worst one I've ever read. Here's the story. Bluebeard has a lot of wives, and most of them go missing. Despite this, Bluebeard's estranged friend with a similarly gimmicky name tells him that he can marry his daughter. Bluebeard tells his new wife that she can go into any of his rooms in his mansion except for the one in the basement. But she gets curious, and she goes into the one in the basement. And all of his dead wives are there. Dead, not alive. And she's so shocked that she drops the keys. And then she tries to clean the keys off. But the keys are magic. I'm not making that part up. The keys are magic, so you can't clean blood off of them. So when the husband sees that when Bluebeard sees that the keys are bloody, he gets mad and decides to just kill her then. But then Bluebeard gets killed by her brother, and she inherits all of her fortune and marries someone that she actually loves.
For a moment, she had been a princess, but she had forgotten to be caring and trustworthy.
How is that the moral of the story? And why is Exodor narrating this? Even Wikipedia admits that there's like 15 other fairy tales that are exactly like this. It's not a special story. What moron would read or hear about that story and think, well, I'm gonna put that in my movie. I'm gonna just make a little sequel to that little narrative. First off. Second off, what the fuck does that have to do? What the fuck does this character have to do with that story? For one, he's not dead. For two, there was no knives in the original.
Goes by Bluebeard, obvious reasons. Has a set of blades he calls his wives.
I gotta tell you, this is pretty terrific.
Bluebeard's power is apparently that every time he kills someone, he gets more strong. Where are they getting this shit? Is it because he killed someone in the original story? So, but Pied Piper killed a lot of people, and literally all he does in this movie is make New York quips and toss pencils around.
He doesn't scare me. When I signed up for this, it was to get rid of guys like this, not start a collection.
Oh, fire with fire and all that. If we're to beat these messengers, sooner or later, we'll need some monsters of our own.
So that's it, huh? We some kind of Sinister Squad? Exposition shot of a kind of impressive, nice-looking set. Douche Bro and Main Girl go to investigate another situation and find another character, a witch who has been eating people because the writers of this film don't know what witches are. Of all the characters in this film, this one is my least favorite. She's really gross to look at, and she's doing this shitty half Gollum, half Rita Repulsa squeal that never stops. Her scenes are probably what ruined the movie, but at this point, it's not like I was invested to begin with. Some dude she was going to eat wakes up from being dead, and it's revealed that he is now Death. It turns out that Death can possess any body of any person who tells him that he can possess their body, which is why his evil henchmen are blowing their brains out all the time. The first time I watched this, I missed out on all this and thought that that's just what Death was supposed to look like. Either way though, it's basically the only way we ever see him, so it's still really unimaginative and dumb. So, the witch is apparently also in love with Death, so it's kinda like Deadpool, except role reversed, and also it sucks. Then they throw the girl into the yellow room, and they do the same scene with her that they did for the rest of them, with the same camera angles, and everyone in the same positions. It's almost like all of this was part of one scene, and they cut it up at the last minute to reposition the order of the movie. The witch tricks one of the Tweedles into coming over, and she pulls out his small intestine or something. He dies, and everyone escapes. Then Alice is mad at Rapunzel for not stopping her from killing him, despite the fact that he was in a cage with a gag mask on. Wait a minute, doesn't the Hannibal Lecter mask only work as a concept because the arms are also tied up? Apparently Alice has stolen Death's scythe and keeps it hidden away. You'd think that it must have had some super secret power that's hidden from the eye's view, but we never get to see anything like that. You see, every person in this film has their own personal plans and agendas, but only a few of those plans actually work out. So sometimes stuff happens for reasons that we never learn about because that person's plans for the day never happen or get explained. It's super frustrating because it feels like either the writer is cheating or he's being lazy and not telling us stuff that he actually knows about. Bluebeard tries to kill Goldie, but he's stopped by the wolf dude, who she realizes has a soft spot for humans, and that's why he was eating zoo animals.
When we found you, you were eating the zoo animals for food. Is that because you didn't want to hurt people?
All I do is hurt people.
They are in love now. Alice loosens Regal Rather's chains, but only after she puts an actual bomb on his wrist that only she can take off. She uses this as blackmail and forces him to talk to another girl who is one of the queens from the Looking Glass book, I think, and he's been in a relationship with her before. It is now his main motivation that he is in love with her. I feel like this story keeps getting to a point where it could expand on what it already has, but it makes the mistake of just stacking more traits on instead of justifying the ones that we've already seen included. He puts the bomb on her wrist too, and now they're together. Wow, I don't care. Wowzers, wowzers indeed. Long scene of the characters in one room explaining the lore of the movie.
A while back, he'd asked me to get a hold of something for him. The old magic mirror.
2 pages ago in this review script, we were about 10 minutes into the actual movie. We are now 40 minutes into this. Nothing happens in this movie. It's the equivalent of bullshitting your way through an essay by saying absolutely nothing, but in a series of long, eloquent sentences. I do want to highlight how every time you see one character talking, there's like a long shot of people reacting, and it was clear that they didn't know what they were reacting to, because they're all just making different faces that have no correlation to what's actually happening in the movie. Death's goons break in and start attacking them. They kill them, but the goons start to take the lead after all. Then Alice remembers that there's a character they forgot to introduce, who is actually the Mad Hatter, the only person, incidentally, who gets a real introduction in the film. Characters stand around and talk about how stuff is happening in the movie. They give drugs to the Mad Hatter because apparently that makes him see hell. Based off of these rules, I'm presuming that the actual events of the book Alice in Wonderland never really happened, and it was all literally drugs. Mad Hatter has no consistent accent.
Well then, that'll take a nip of the good stuff. Bad vibes here, dear Alice. What fun. Death is coming. Best be quick like now. They nearly have everything they need. And he has grand plans for you.
Piper then goes and has a heartfelt moment with the remaining Tweedle, and apparently that lasts several minutes, like 10 minutes. And then, while they're hugging during the 10-minute interval, someone shoots at the other Tweedle, and everyone is sad. Gelda sneaks off and breaks into their armory, where the scythe is kept. She then tricks one of Death's goons into killing himself, which is actually kinda fucking awesome. Then she stands in the armory for several minutes and does nothing, because they cut away for a long time, and when they cut back, she's in the same place, and she just looks super bored, as if she's waiting for something. Was it the camera? Were you waiting for the camera to come back, honey pie? Alice gets the witch and the dead body back in jail, and she makes a deal to exchange Ripple for Death, leaving this realm alone. Death then takes another body and visits Nipple, where he finally explains his plan. Death is tired of taking over dead bodies for short periods of time because, they rot away, and he wants Riddle's long-lasting body so he can rule the Earth forever. In return, Rattle will get the Underrealm, hell. So, Death wants to rule Earth, and Rumple will get hell. This was the scene that bothered me the most at the time, because it's literally just filmed in one location, in one angle, and it goes on for several dozen minutes. The movie passes the hour mark during this series of interactions. Rattle finally gets down to the armory, and Gelda, who reveals that she's found magic glitter that will give him back his manipulation powers. But then he stabs her so that it'll look real when Death kills him and takes over his body. Or something like that. I don't know, because nothing ever gets explained. Then Rat-a-tat steals Death's psyche and runs off with it. He never does anything cool with it, he just has it now. Then Bluebeard stabs the werewolf, which makes Werewolf finally transform. I was hoping that he would, suddenly turn into a bear suit, but instead he just stands around on his tippy toes and he yells a lot, which is... it's better. But then she makes him tame by making out with him. But it doesn't really work because he has these giant fake teeth in, so she's really just sucking at the center of his mouth. But yeah, that's romantic. And now he's fine.
We good?
And the Oscar goes to... Death shows up, reveals that Rumple agreed to let him use his body. Fuck you, I don't care. Fuck you, I don't care. Fuck you, I don't care.
The sacrifice must be perfect, my love. The circle must not be broken.
Fuck you, that's a square.
He doesn't care about you.
Liar!
I'm the one who doesn't care here. I'm the one who fucking hates all of you. I hope the room explodes and the movie just ends. That's what I want right now. I hope there's a gas leak when you're doing the little thing. I hope everyone just fucking blows up.
Alright, Death, give me something to hit.
Let's go!
You can't win!
Ow!
Jesus Christ, I'm in so much pain right now. Every character who's boring in this is a good guy. And every character who's actually kind of interesting in this, they're the bad guys we're supposed to hate. Until this scene, I couldn't tell who was supposed to be the good guy that we were rooting for, because Alice is clearly morally unhinged, and all the other characters have no real consistent plan or side of the situation at all. Rumpelstiltskin completes the sacrifice and lets Death into his body, and then Alice blows him up as part of their agreed triple cross, and Death now is no longer in control of Hell, but also has no body to occupy.
Things are under new management downstairs. It's not as sinister as you assumed, Alice. I gave a few souls back. Maybe you can make something out of them. Your own little Sinister Squad.
Okay, fine. You know why people don't like Shyamalan movies? Because no matter how big the twist is, no matter how much you didn't see it coming, if you weren't invested, if it didn't matter to you, if you didn't care, none of it will matter. Fuck this movie. Fuck this movie and everything led up to it being real. When I die, my last thought is going to be about how much time I wasted watching this piece of shit over and over and over again when I could have been doing something meaningful, like sniffing Sharpie markers or something. I hope to see all the people who were involved in this in hell. After that wreck of a film, I just feel like I need a palate cleanser, something that's actually good that'll just make me feel better about myself. Hey! Suicide Squad. The director's cut. Cool. This is what I've been looking for. Alright.
Finally, something that someone actually cared about while they were making it. That was much worse. That was much worse than Sinister Squad. I don't know how this is possible. I need an adult. This last month has been a long emotional roller coaster, and I think this is where I jump off to my death.
I sometimes dream that God and I are walking together in an endless desert of sand and lost dreams. Near the end of my journey, I look back and I see the most difficult parts were those that I walked alone. Even now, I walk alone. For you see, God abandons you when you need him most.
Hey guys, it's Scarce here, so it looks like we're all gonna fucking die.
Hello, and welcome once again to B-Movie TV Juniors. In this episode, we discover counterfeits, bootlegs, knockoffs. Sounds like fun, doesn't it? Until you come home and find out you've just spent $20 for this. Roll it.
Hello everyone, and welcome to a special occasion that I like to call Knockoff November. For those of you who have found my channel more recently, Knockoff November is a special tradition that I started last year where I dedicated the whole month of November, and occasionally some of December, to reviewing knockoff merchandise and movies. Things like this. See, it looks like a Transformers toy, but it says something else. I've been holding onto this thing for months just to do this bit. And while we're certainly crunched for time, I thought it would be fun to sit down and look at least one knockoff product before we move on to December. And what better place to start than the biggest oddity to modern animation? Yes, B-Movie. The 2007 cult thing. B-Movie has always been one of those things that everyone knows about but no one wants to talk about. Like the slave labor that makes our clothing, or the fact that we let Meghan Trainor have a musical career. I never clearly remember a time during my childhood where I chose to watch B-Movie, but I recall several instances where I would be spending time with my friends and it would just be playing in the background. No one knew who put it on, no one would even admit that they owned a copy of B-Movie, and yet there it was. I'm not sure that anyone really cared about B-Movie when it first came out, but it was so heavily advertised and promoted that it quickly became impossible for anyone to forget it either. So it sits in this weird part in the subconscious of our subculture, where it's known, but almost entirely for the perplexing circumstances of its own existence. B-Movie. A movie about a bee that falls in love with a human. The same movie where that bee and that human decide to work together to sue humanity for selling honey. The same movie that has a finale where the bee and the human have to land a plane with the assistance of a hive of bees so that they can pollinate the planet. That B-Movie. I've been informed that while most adults are simply bemused by the existence of the Jerry Seinfeld comedy vehicle, a lot of children are very into B-Movie. Kids love finding odd things to be infatuated with. So in that way, it makes total sense that they would find the universe of the film exciting and very unique. What might disappoint them is how little output there is with B-Movie. No sequels, no spin-offs, nothing but one movie. Oh, and a game version. And a couple novelizations. And a ton of merchandise. Which includes honey. There is B-Movie honey. B-Movie released their own honey. God is sitting in a recliner chair laughing at us every single day. In short, there's really only ever been one B-Movie story ever told, even if it's been told several times over. And when you have plenty of little children wanting to see more of that world, you're bound to get the very thing that we've come to talk about today. Knockoffs.
This is stealing! A lot of stealing!
So in the past on this channel, we've discussed the infamous company Video Brincato, who have made themselves a staple of the knockoff market nearly as large as Asylum themselves. Even if you've never seen one of their films, you've most likely seen one pop up in a search where it didn't belong. And that very thing is how they have built their entire legacy. Now, my first video in the Knockoff November series was about a Video Brincato film, and it notoriously led to me receiving a copyright strike which was very hard to get rid of. There's obviously something quite ironic about a company whose main financial motivation is copying the intellectual property of other companies, filing a takedown against a copyright creator using their clips within fair use. And out of protest for this, I have decided to never get the language of their native country correct. Some Spanish people bust into my house and tell me I can't own my own video, I ain't gonna respect their name. Or the actual language that they speak. But it was still quite shocking to see that Video Brincato had not only made a knockoff of B-Movie, but that it had landed on Amazon Prime. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, if you have Amazon Prime, you're given free access to streaming this one movie for free. So start your free trial now and you'll get full access to this masterpiece. Or you can watch Curb Your Enthusiasm, it's your choice.
Oh, Beanard.
Beanard. Beanard. Beanard. I'm way over my fucking head.
You shouldn't be buzzing around in the flowers. You're supposed to be a soldier someday.
So this is our main character, Beanard, who is in trouble because he's collecting pollen from flowers when he's actually supposed to be training to be a soldier. You see, in the universe of Little Bee, bee society is split into the following branches. The queen bee, who bosses everyone around, princesses, who train to be the new queen, and the cooks, who gather nectar and then use it to cook honey. Now, in reality, the actual social structure of the average beehive is very different to this. Other than the queen, most fully functioning bees serve as workers with no unique categories. All worker bees are considered female in nature, and the only male bees serve only to impregnate the queen. They're often very crippled and actually die during the mating process, and I've lost you, haven't I? The point is that Beanard doesn't want to be a soldier because he wants to cook honey instead. His classmates ridicule him for this, as many of them are jealous at his position as a soldier.
Yeah! That's absolutely right, Beauty.
Our leading lady is indeed named Beauty, and her motivation is that she wants to be a soldier but is designated to always work in honey. Because of this, she flies down to the military target range after regular training to give her own go at the course, in a scene animated so awkwardly that you probably wouldn't believe that I haven't edited it. This whole bit is so awkwardly put together and paced that it starts to feel like I'm watching someone else play a Telltale game.
You don't want to get me into any trouble. Misfits like us need to stick together.
Bum-ba-da-da-da-dum-ba-dum. We're a couple. So Beanard blackmails Beauty. So Beanard blackmails Beauty into helping him get into the hive's kitchen so that he can make his own honey. The only obstacle in their way is the chef, who everyone seems to hate. The chef's main crime is that he's really bad at making honey, but seems to think that he's really good at it. So everyone hates him. Basically, he's an allegory for the people that made this movie. But Beauty puts up with dealing with the cook so that she and Beanard can make their own honey, pushing aside the futures that have been selected for them by the hive to make their own choices.
My destiny, it's all up to me. What I want to be.
Don't sing!
I'm a queen. So pretty. I'm a worker, I'm a chef. All these choices, life's a swarm of endless possibilities.
But as Beanard and Beauty are finishing up their latest batch of honey, the hive is attacked by a human seeking to wipe it out. Two of the soldier bees find an opening in his bee suit, but this only causes the human to momentarily flee. In response to this, the queen declares war on humanity, and the pair have to split up to face certain death. Our enemies will despair. Well, that's enough of that. While eavesdropping on the humans, the princess discovers that their jobs are to collect honey, and that they're planning to destroy this hive because the honey has been turning out so horrible. She confides this in the two main characters, and Beanard again plans to break ranks so that he can help make a good batch of honey.
And my honey has put the hive in jeopardy! That is terrible! There is only one thing I can do to right this wrong.
How about a suicide pact?
The humans approach the hive with a special gas that makes bees faint, which quickly makes mincemeat of the hive's well-trained militia. But the main characters are ready to release the honey and save the day.
We need to pour the honey now. It's up to you. You're the only one who can fly fast enough to open the valve and make the honey flow out.
Is he, though? Is being fast one of his character traits? Because you didn't mention that before. Oh shit, I take it all back. Beanard's the fucking Flash.
Nighty-night!
And you could have it all. My empire of dirt. I will let you down. I will make you hurt.
Wow, look at all that honey! I've never seen that much come out at once.
That's not honey.
This stuff is delicious. No way we're getting rid of this hive.
And so Beanard saves the day, but that isn't the final act in our story, for Beanard is arrested and taken to
I hope that you are aware, son, of the severity of the charges that have been brought against you. Your deposition is required.
What is with movies about bees and scenes of bees in courtrooms? No one cares!
After a 10 to 15 minute court scene, Beanard is acquitted and is declared the first bee soldier / chef, causing much mayhem in the hive over what this will mean for the future.
Do you think that I could be a princess one day? No. A princess who's a soldier too? No. What about a super chef princess soldier? That's a no.
Look, even the characters in the movie know that the standard hasn't suddenly shifted. The rules aren't different. The society hasn't been uplifted. All that's happened is that one kid gets to pull a Mulan and break all the rules even though everyone else has to stick to them. And you know, if you want to call that a change in society, good. Go ahead and do it. But I don't really care.
Look at that. I think we're being watched.
Oh, that's unsettling.
You're right. Gosh, who is it?
Hey, my name's Quinton. I get paid to watch bad movies. You're in one of them.
I got it. This is someone who's following their heart wherever it takes them.
You're the person who's been making all these horrible choices? You stupid son of a bitch. Next movie.
Plan B is the next animated feature in the discography of B-movie knockoffs, notable for actually being released the same year as the original. You might then suspect that it's a tiny bit rushed.
Hey! Isn't that
It is no exaggeration to say that Plan B is the ugliest movie that I have ever seen. When you compare it to something like Rhapsody Street Kids, which had this equal level of incompetence, Rhapsody Street Kids was nowhere near as hard to look at. One of the most horrifying design choices made is that in order to collect pollen, these huge red straws just eject from their throats. They use this not just to collect pollen, but they also vomit the pollen back up to make honey. I don't know if this is more or less accurate than any other B-movie's interpretation of what this is like, but it's definitely harder to watch. There is a plot to Plan B, but do you really need to know what it is? Would your life truly be negatively affected by not being told what happens in this movie? Because when I uploaded this video the first time and I didn't tell you what happened in the movie, everyone threw a hissy fit. The bees in the movie are having a dilemma where they haven't been able to grab as much pollen as they need to, which apparently upsets the queen, who comes in screaming like a banshee.
What's this? It's honey. I can see that! But there's so little!
This queen apparently has replaced a former queen off-screen who we've not met yet, and she says that her first decree is that bees will no longer gather pollen by slowly going from one plant to the next, and that instead they will do it her way.
Stop it! From now on, drill and drain.
Huh? Wait, is this like an environmental film?
Ever hear of drill and drain?
Yeah, it sounds like some nutty technique humans invented.
Okay, this is an environmental film now. Good. Oh, never mind, it's a political movie. There's this whole thing about how the old queen got replaced and they're trying to figure out why. Sure, The new queen insists on having more and more honey, and orders that the size of their hive be doubled in size to make more room. This leads to the main characters being informed that sleep privileges have been revoked, and that the bees will now have to work 24/7. This entire time, a bee from another hive is trying to convince the main character to leave his hive to come to hers instead. The film is set in Washington, D.C., potentially because these backgrounds are very cheap, and the characters are constantly stopping to discuss the human history of America, entirely to draw parallels to the politics being shown in the plot of the actual movie.
So you come here, to the Lincoln Memorial, a monument dedicated to Abraham Lincoln, the president who ended slavery.
Desperate for nectar after they managed to destroy many of the plants in the DC area, the bees go to the only place that they haven't checked yet, the studio where this film was made. Eventually, the main character bee is banished after failing to produce enough honey, and finally meets his former queen. It's here that he realizes that the appointment of the new queen was actually a massive conspiracy, which leads him to appeal to his original hive's elders. The elders banished the original queen because they were served poisoned royal jelly, but the main character deduces that it was in fact the new queen who poisoned the elders, and blamed it on the older queen so that she could become queen. The new queen then declares martial law, and the other bees have to fight her guards, in the worst fight scene I have ever seen. I think each character has like 4 frames of animation, and it's dubbed like a porno. The guards are defeated, and the fake queen is chased off by a horrifying toad. The old queen is restored, and she declares that flowers will no longer be drilled, and that they will all be allowed to sleep. Cool. Next movie. So this final one's a bit of a cheat, but it's become very well known as a knockoff, and it's honestly very interesting, so I think it's best to touch upon it. That being the peculiar existence of Maya the Bee. Now, you might have heard about this little franchise due to a controversy that took place earlier this year when it was discovered that someone had hidden phallic images in the middle of one of the episodes. It was quickly pulled from the digital shelves, and apologies were given to all.
Boy, I really hope somebody got fired for that blunder.
But believe it or not, Easter egg phallic images are not the darkest place that this little bee has traveled. Maya the Bee originally appeared as a German character who appeared in a novel released in 1912. It is quite easy to see that this makes it very unlikely to be a knockoff, given that the character predates the birth of Jerry Seinfeld by 42 years. The original Maya the Bee book has become controversial in recent years, due to Maya's insistence within the book to go on numerous racially motivated rants about how bees are superior to all other races. I'm not making that up. But her first on-screen appearance occurred in 1924, when she and her friends were portrayed by real insects in what can only be described as the original Bee movie. That's good stuff. Maya fell into relative obscurity after this due to various reasons, but she regained market significance somewhere around the mid-1970s, when she was the star of her own anime in Japan. Weird, right? I mean, how would the Japanese and the German people have any sort of connection to begin with? The most recent product to propel Maya into the spotlight has been the animated feature Maya the Bee Movie, or as it should probably be said, Maya the Bee Movie. It's hard to imagine that this specific designing of the title to only be 1 or 2 additional words away from the Jerry Seinfeld classic was done for any reason other than to grab the attention of people interested in Bee Movie. However, if one does decide to see Maya the Bee Movie as a knockoff, it's certainly one of the prettiest that I've ever seen. The difference between Bee Movie and Maya the Bee Movie is that Bee Movie is very transfixed on the nitty-gritty details of the human world, and while Maya the Bee Movie even barely suggests at the existence of humanity, and instead just explores a meadow through the eyes of a small bee. Because of this, Maya the Bee Movie comes across as very innocent, and Bee Movie comes across as heavily cynical. When you sit down and compare the different worlds created to represent the hives in each of these films, the version in Maya's also simply comes across as more intelligently crafted. The Bee Movie hive, filled with cars, miniature versions of human inventions, and overall a human aesthetic, just feels rather lazy. The kind of environment where they could just put in a McDonald's without it feeling out of place. But the hive in Maya the Bee Movie simply feels so open and unique. The kind of place that you would love to explore as much as Maya seems to. I'm not sure that I have a lot to say about this movie critically. First of all, it's clearly a movie meant for someone who's very, very young. and it simply seeks to teach children a few good lessons about understanding. But more importantly, unlike many of the other products that I tend to look at during Knockoff November, Maya the Bee-Movie was not created with any malicious purpose or to spin a product off of something bigger. It was just meant to be kinda cute and innocent, and something you could put on for your toddlers without worrying about if it would scar them by accident. Really, I found watching this film just to be a relaxing experience. The kind of thing that I just needed to find peace at the end of my stressful week. Pretty good for a bee that used to be a Nazi, if you ask me. And with that, I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you be. That's all you need. That's all you need. Have a good day. I don't know where the hell that came from. Jesus Christ. A couple times throughout this series, we have discussed the YouTube animator Film Cow. The reason he comes up so often is honestly that when I was growing up, he was one of my favorite content creators, and I'm still fascinated by his work today. Anyways, I wanted to bring him up again so we could discuss a very memorable video that I recall watching several times throughout my childhood. That being, Charlie the Unicorn 2, Return to the Leopleurodon.
Hello.
Charlie! Charlie!
My name isn't Charlie. Would you please stop calling me? My name is Tom!
When Charlie the Unicorn first came out and started spreading through the internet like a wildfire, there was this peak period in time where no one really understood who had made it. And that is when this video managed to be released. Today it has close to 4 million views, and while it's pretty obviously not legitimate, at the time a very young and very gullible Quinton was somewhat close to being fooled by it. It should be noted that they do not spell Leopleurodon correctly in the title.
Hey ladies.
Charlie!
Right.
Charlie!
As a Film Cow fan, it's sort of fascinating how many elements of the Charlie the Unicorn series this sequel managed to get entirely wrong just because it only had the first one to base itself off of. For instance, the pink and blue ponies are referenced as girls and are talked about as if they're Charlie's exes. Charlie at some points gets in contact with other unicorns, and you also gotta love these proportions. It's like they're all basketball players. The reason I've decided to take this video out of its deep internet hibernation is I had this idea to combine my two most popular series into one video, Knockoff November and Fallen Titans. Basically, in this video, I want to go through the history of YouTube and talk about a few examples of knockoff channels coming into existence. This is partially going to be an excuse to talk about a few channels that were important to the early history of YouTube but are still around today, so they aren't fallen. And it's going to give us a chance to bring into discussion where the line is between homage and ripoff. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Fallen Titans. In 2004, a man named James Rolfe began recording a series of comedy videos making fun of games published on the Nintendo Entertainment System. Each episode would feature his character reviewing a game, nitpicking every aspect that he really could, and becoming extremely enraged about it. The joke being, of course, that these games were several decades old at this point, and getting that upset over them wasn't really justified. Bad NES Games, later the Angry Nintendo Nerd and then the Angry Video Game Nerd, is arguably the most influential gaming series on the entire internet. More than that, it's probably one of the earliest notable examples of a viral review series that focused on the comedy of a central character above everything else. What works best about this series is its focus on games that are often infamous for being far too meticulous and rigid. NES games can often feel like those old treasure maps you see on TV that lead through all sorts of ridiculous trials. They were extremely hard to figure out and beat. And because of that, there was this great mystery around what you would get at the end. A regular nerd video would lead you through the adventure of a difficult game, and would usually show you the end of that journey with a few laughs along the way. The earliest episodes of AVGN are my favorite. I think it's partially because this was before he had fully adapted the angry part of his persona, so instead of screaming at the top of his lungs and seeming unnecessarily pissed about everything, he just seemed like mildly peeved about the fact that he was doing all of this.
Ooh boy, I hate this game. I mean, it makes me want to kill myself. You gotta be like absolutely still, and if you touch an enemy, you fly in the opposite direction. I hate this game, but why am I playing it? Just stay away. Don't even touch it.
I like to call this era the ASMR video game nerd. The biggest quirk of James's series at the time was his character's tendency to go on profanity-prominent list-like rants where he would compile and combine various sailor phrases in very eccentric ways.
I'd rather drink diarrhea vomited out of a buffalo's anus.
I'd rather have a fucking buffalo take a diarrhea dump in my ear.
I mean, I'd rather eat snot and diarrhea vomited out of a buffalo's dick. It sucking fucks, it fucking sucks, it fucking blows.
What a shitload of fuck.
To be completely honest, given that his show was the starting point to more than 10 years of trial and error and evolution, both on the part of James and the people inspired by him, a lot of his early work can only be described as charmingly passé.
Oh look, I got a bowling ball. Remember that in the movie? Remember when Marty goes around throwing bowling balls at people? Whose idea was this? What were they thinking?
What I'm trying to get at is that AVGN being the first of its kind means that it's very hard to gauge what does and does not qualify as a knockoff. I would be completely out of my mind to sit here and tell you that every blurred or irritated gamer or film reviewer sitting in front of a camera screaming and exaggerating minor details is somehow ripping off this series, because this series is basically the equivalent to the invention of lined paper. Saying that every angry gamer is trying to be James Rolfe is like saying that every racist gamer is trying to be JonTron. However, from the starting point, there were certainly quite a few examples of people who copied James' formula without really changing much. Stylistically, these shows had very similar intros to The Angry Video Game Nerd. They mostly all reviewed NES games, but most controversially, they would often cover many of the same games, bring up the same points, and make the same jokes.
Talk about a shitload of shit.
These guys would pick up the same tools that they had just seen someone else use to make something long-lasting and iconic, and they would use them in all of the wrong ways. A game being challenging would always be posed like a gigantic flaw, anything that's illogical or not like the source material would be posed like a critique, and huge chunks of the video would often end up being filled with an extremely embarrassing plotline that has nothing to do with the review. I'm honestly really intrigued by these channels, because in trying to make content that criticizes, they've accidentally made something like the webcast equivalent to an Ed Wood film. These are reviews that are so bad that they are good. So ineptly made that when I watch them, I laugh at the creator, not with him.
Your mission if you choose to accept it. Famous words, but it's really misleading. I mean, they really don't give us a choice in the matter because you can't choose not to accept it. And they'll tell you that they've broken out of jail and kidnapped your friend Annie. So now it begs the question, why does Mikey have to rescue her? Doesn't this town have any police officers to do this kind of work?
What is this bullshit? 2 cats? Why not 3?
The most infamous out of all of these was, of course, the Irate Gamer.
Is it possible for Mission Impossible to possibly be a good game? Possibly. But fucking-absolutely not! This game sucks ass!
The show was created by Chris Borres as something to show to his friends and not really anything else. Because of this, he felt that he could borrow style from other creators without it being a big problem. This is something a lot of YouTubers go through. When you're small, you don't take the idea of content theft seriously, and you just borrow from wherever you can. Then, as you gradually gain an audience, you find your own voice and style and move away from the people you've copied. His channel and his content went largely unnoticed until YouTube decided to feature him, making him one of the first reviewers to ever be featured on YouTube, as well as catapulting him from 200 subscribers to around 10,000. He would continue to be supported by the YouTube platform, and ended up producing more content without ever really acknowledging where he had gotten most of his ideas. In short, the Irate Gamer is a content creator who should have gone unnoticed, but YouTube itself scooped him up and continued to support him above all others, making him one of the most popular reviewers on early YouTube. Given that his content was so extremely unoriginal, this made him very unpopular in the reviewer scene.
What do you think of the Irate Gamer?
Answer as quickly as I can. I have no reason to answer it. I mean, he pretty much pretends that I don't exist, so why would I even need to say anything about it? I don't realize what that does.
But YouTube support wasn't really enough in the long run, and eventually he fell into obscurity for one simple reason. The Angry Video Game Nerd is a good series, and the Irate Gamer is not. I think it's really interesting how this beef started on early YouTube and how these creators evolved in such a unique way, but I almost didn't include this one because you guys take this stuff way too seriously. Guys, look at me. Look at me, okay? You looking at me? It doesn't matter. Don't get so worked up about something this meaningless, and don't harass people over petty drama from 10 years ago. Okay? Anyways, if these AVGN ripoffs gave us anything positive, it was the funniest episode of Game Grumps of all time.
Would you say it reminds you of anything, Aaron? Maybe a certain type of feces of some kind?
Yeah, it reminds me of a pile of diarrhea dick farts. I pissed a cactus out my dick. Jeez, what were they thinking?
So in my travels across YouTube in preparations for this video, I discovered one channel which certainly seems to fit the bill of this discussion. That being Fan-Made Stuff. Fan-Made Stuff is a channel essentially dedicated to experimentation in imitation. Almost every video they've uploaded is either a parody of something that is already popular and in existence, or something more of a playful fan production. If you've ever seen any of their stuff, it's likely from their literal faux epic rap battles of history video, which has garnered more than 13 million views. The production that this channel goes through is incredible. They managed to legitimately create something that looks and feels exactly like what they're trying to copy. However, quite sadly, they've become most infamous for not being good at rapping.
I brought on our tea when they had in jail. Let's put a smile on that face that just got raped.
Wow. No.
You little bastard! No one even remembers your name, now you're just a mask! Not even an idea!
None of this rhymes.
Wanna see a magic trick? Here is your ass, and here's my dick! Why so serious while I'm ripping your anus? Feel the fear in your stomach when it's just my penis!
Hey Guy Fawkes. Oh hey Joker, what's up? Oh, I'm gonna force sex upon your buttocks. Oh. Don't do that. Clearly these guys are French, and their rapping skills are limited by the fact that English isn't their first language. But I'm mainly just impressed by their incredible knack for production values, writing, and anything that has nothing to do with rapping.
Admettons que cette ligne droite représente le temps. Ici, le présent, 2015, là, le futur, et là, le passé. En amont de ce point, quelque part dans le passé, le temps a infléchi sa course selon cette tangente, créant le 2015 dans lequel nous nous trouvons, différent de celui présent dans le film.
Ah, et donc ça expliquerait pourquoi eux, ils ont des voitures volantes et nous des iPhones.
Précisément.
A lot of it is certainly hit and miss, but I partially think that's the cultural divide. Like maybe if I grew up in France, I would think this was the greatest channel I'd ever seen. I don't know. I guess I wanted to bring these guys up because I wanted to personally commend them on their incredible attempts to paying homage to other people's work, but also partially because it's fascinating and terrifying that a channel can have a viral hit that big and can still garner almost no following from it whatsoever. Basically, these guys make content which is up to a somewhat consistent standard, but the only time they're assured good views is when they make thumbnails imitating other YouTubers. And I just can't imagine what that's like. To end this video, I wanted to do another quick analysis of yet another critical channel, that being CinemaSins. I wish I had a lot of words of praise for CinemaSins, but I honestly don't. If the angry video game nerd popularized nitpicks for comedy in reviews, CinemaSins popularized nitpicks disguised as real film analysis in film reviews. They are a soulless vessel which exists with the sole purpose of overtaking the algorithm, a film review series which focuses not on making criticisms, but having complaints. It doesn't matter if it's Manos the Hands of Fate or Toy Story 2. Every complaint a rant, every rant a ding, every movie 1,000 dings, every 1,000 dings a clickbaity video. It is thus not surprising that a series designed to apply to almost anything can have its brand copied and pasted by any person to any topic without any real sacrifice to the quality. First of all, the actual creators of CinemaSins have split their channels numerous times in failed attempts to market off of the elementary nature of their own content. That's how we got brand sins and music video sins. I'm happy to say that neither are doing too well. Then on the fan spectrum end of things, you got your basics. There's series sins, which apparently analyzes individual TV episodes. TV sins, which does the exact same thing. You got your My Little Pony sins, your Doctor Who sins, and CinSins. CinSins is a channel dedicated entirely to making CinemaSins videos about CinemaSins videos.
Starting with the climax cliche. Coincidentally, starting with the climax is the working title for my sex tape.
Climax is a sex word, so you should definitely make a sex joke there. It'll definitely make everyone watching laugh. Which, by the way, is the title of my sex tape.
Okay. I basically did this part of the video because I wanted to talk about a channel that is definitely a knockoff, but still sort of makes me smile. That being Cinema Wins. So you know how in CinemaSins they'll go through a movie and just stop it every once in a while to talk about something that doesn't really change your viewing experience? Well, Cinema Wins is the same thing, except instead of stopping to talk about something that some geek in the audience cares about and you don't, Cinema Wins will point out a detail in the filmmaking that actually you might not have noticed and really add something to the experience.
Bionicle Man, 2 Shades of Blay. Adding to what they accomplished in the Lego movie, this Snorri-cam selfie shot showcases the imperfections in the Lego pieces from the bright flash, and they also added a bit more head movement to the Lego Men this time around. Like, did their bent legs turn into traffic cones to convey a bent knee? Man, talk about sticking to your own rules when no one else would even notice.
Now, it's still not like real film analysis, but I legitimately think that taking the pretense away from being negative for the sake of comedy and pushing it towards being perceptive for the sake of praise legitimately adds something to the concept which is entirely missed on the series that they're riffing on here.
The detail that had to go into this city. It's all 3D models, no matte paintings. Ugh, just more examples of how much they care. Things that are in frame for one frame that were painstakingly created by digital artists.
It's like wholesome and cute, and it's by far the greatest YouTube knockoff I have ever come across. If there's anything that I would want you to take away from this video, it's that taking inspiration from your peers is no sin by any means. There's nothing new under the sun, and I legitimately believe that as long as you continue to strive to discover what makes you you and what makes the heart of your content different from everyone else's, you'll eventually find your way and make something awesome. I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you need. So you know when you're at a gas station or a dollar store and you wander by the section dedicated to DVDs and you see something which is clearly trying to be another popular film? Let's say it's a classic Brinkado DVD that's trying its hardest to look like Kung Fu Panda. Now you're a dedicated DreamWorks fan, it does not take a lot of research for you to look into this situation and figure out if this is a real DVD or not. Even if the title's not a dead giveaway, you can look at the cast, you can look at the crew, you can look at what company made it, you can study this whole thing for any small details that might be different from the original release. But what if these tactics stopped working? What if Video Brinkado convinced Jack Black himself to appear in their films despite them not being licensed? Or what if Video Brinkado just changed their company name to be one letter away from DreamWorks? The answer, ladies and gentlemen, is currently in my hands. This is a VHS tape from the 1990s. At the top are 3 cast members cited: Colin Baker, Nicola Bryant, and Sophie Aldred. These were all actors who appeared in the television show Doctor Who in the late 80s. Across the center is a bright strip which reads, "A double bill from the world of BBC TV's Doctor Who." Studying the back, we find a quote from Doctor Who magazine, and when we look at the copyright, we see it's made by BBV, which surely must stand for British Broadcasting Video, which would logically be a subsidiary of the British Broadcasting Corporation. Any rational person would pick up this tape, look at all the signs all the way across it, and presume that it must be legitimate. But don't be fooled. This is not real Doctor Who. This is a knockoff, in the same vein as anything made by Brinkado or Asylum Films. It's just so seamless an imitation that even I would be tricked into buying it if I didn't know better. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the story of the wilderness years, the vacuous gap from 1989 to 2005, when Doctor Who just wasn't feeling itself.
Diddle-a-dum, 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 dum-dum, da-da, diddle-a-dum, 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 dum-dum, da-da, diddle-a-dum, 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 dum-dum, da-da, diddle-a-dum, diddle-a-dum, dum-dum, da-da, diddle-a-dum, diddle-a-dum, dum-dum, da-da, diddle-a-dum, diddle-a-dum, da-da-da-da-da. That's the intro.
A brief crash course on the history of the show for those who don't know much about it. Doctor Who was created in 1963 with the intention of combining what was, at that point, the 2 strong suits of British programming: period pieces and campy sci-fi dramas. The early show starts off with a mysterious elderly figure who becomes known as the Doctor, mainly because he's too stubborn to actually tell anyone what his real name is. He travels with his granddaughter Susan and 2 of her teachers in his time spaceship, which he seemingly cannot not accurately control. In each episode, the cast lands somewhere and gets separated from the TARDIS, and they have to make it back to safety through various perils. Despite it being a core element, Doctor Who was not originally about time travel in the same way that, say, Back to the Future is. While the ship was the base for the show's premise, in a way it was only the vessel which the characters used to get from story to story. The actual adventures would just depend on where they ended up, be it a radioactive alien planet or Aztec-occupied Mexico. This format proved to be both instantly electric and worthy of reinvention. Companions to the Doctor soon began to exit and were replaced thereafter, and 3 years in, the concept of the Doctor being rejuvenated was introduced. Thus, even the lead actor could be replaced without the show needing to stop. From then, the story of Doctor Who is quite easy to predict. Every few years, the Doctor changes his face, his companions come and go as they please, and whenever an anniversary happens, some of the actors return to celebrate the many different versions of the program. However, by the time the show had reached its 20th year in 1983, small problems in its foundation had spread to be massive cracks. To put it bluntly, the BBC was a company that was used to making hospital soap operas and adaptations of Shakespeare plays. That same group of industry professionals was being expected to produce what was supposed to be groundbreaking science fiction with the same limited resources. Sometimes that didn't go so well. Here's the gist of the situation. By the 1980s, many powerful people at the BBC were deeply embarrassed by Doctor Who. They were embarrassed because it looked bad. It looked bad because the show wasn't being given enough money. And it wasn't being given enough money because the BBC was embarrassed by it. Things were not helped when, in 1984, Colin Baker became the Sixth Doctor. Producer John Nathan Turner created this version of the character to be purposefully unpopular. He was given a hilariously gaudy costume, was written to be very snide and often unheroic, and was overall intended to make the audience question if they really liked him as the Doctor. He's my favorite! Unsurprisingly, ratings started to tank after this, which is a shame because the final 5 years of Doctor Who hold some of the best stories that the show ever created, as well as some of the most intriguing characters and story arcs. But it never really recovered to the extent that it needed to, and in 1989 it was officially decided amongst the inner workings of the company that the show would not be renewed for 1990. Then it wasn't renewed for 1991. And then 1992. And basically that for 16 years. You probably wouldn't be surprised to find out that a television show which ran for 26 years, 13 days, 2 hours and 45 minutes managed to develop quite a fan following. This was so true that the official BBC-ran publication Doctor Who magazine, which was dedicated to covering the production of the show, continued to be in publication for almost every month that the show was off the air. This fanbase was gigantic, but they were left mostly frustrated as the BBC chose to keep their favorite show in a centrifugal limbo. They wouldn't say that it was cancelled for good, but they wouldn't really say that it was going to come back. Rumors about potential reboots and continuations with American networks circulated for years, but to most people, the situation just seemed entirely hopeless. Enter Bill Baggs. Baggs was the producer of an underground Doctor Who fan series who had also built up a name as an organizer of conventions. He had dreams of branching out and becoming a legitimate director, but despite his best efforts, by 1990 he had only been able to obtain a low-level editing job at the BBC. However, as a member of the BBC Film Club, he had managed to obtain funding for his very first project. While meant as a training exercise, Baggs would truly create something still worthy of being discussed so many years later. The tape was to be called Summoned by Shadows, and it would be part of a series called simply The Stranger. The Stranger is, essentially, Doctor Who in everything but name. When I say that, I don't mean that it was a project so influenced by Doctor Who that it was unoriginal. I mean that it was written, produced, cast, and marketed with the intention of being an episode of Doctor Who, but created without permission and barely skirting around the nature of copyright.
You're looking for me. You need my help. No. Whatever you heard about me, it's not true, not anymore.
The main stars of the first 3 Stranger tapes are Colin Baker and Nicola Bryant, both actors who had appeared in The Real Deal as Doctor and Companion some years earlier. While billed as The Stranger and Miss Brown, the gimmick of these films is just that their characters never get around to telling anyone what their names are, meaning that the audience can and should interpret that the characters are the same ones they had played on TV.
I've got a friend out there. He might be able to help. Really? Is he a doctor? Well...
I cannot overstate that these 3 tapes are so unapologetically just Doctor Who that if you go into them without a very thorough understanding of the show, you will have no idea what's going on. The main characters are never really introduced. They just show up, have minimal dialogue, and they're presented as if we're supposed to already understand who they are and why they're here, when in reality the film isn't throwing out any big clues. Each movie is set on an entirely different planet, and the narrative suggests that the main characters travel in space and time, but we never see how they do this. There's this one really inexplicable moment near the end of the second tape, where the main characters are on a planet which is literally exploding, and then we clearly see the planet explode, and it immediately cuts to them somewhere else, completely safe, with no explanation of how they got away.
There's nothing you can do!
You mean she was some kind of antibody?
The clear implication is that there's just like a police box sitting just out of frame, and anytime the characters need to get away, they just waddle out a shot. And the reason they've had to do this is because they're literally trying to write Doctor Who without showing anything that they could get sued over. They're essentially purposefully delivering an incomplete product just for the sake of maintaining a weak continuity to the show that this is inspired by. Almost entirely, so some nerd at home can decide that this fits into their headcanon.
Have you never been in love?
No, not really. No. Never really had time for it. I'm a wanderer, explorer. Far too much to see and experience to waste time being...
In love?
Quite.
Yet I sense a loneliness.
Oh, nonsense.
You've lost so many.
People come and go.
Despite these issues, I was surprised in watching these to discover that they were of higher quality than I expected them to be. The first one's just okay, it's very bare bones, and the story's sort of tedious, and it reminds me too much of bad episodes of the show. But the second one is so good that if it were real Doctor Who, it would probably be Colin's best episode. On that note, it has a storyline which is one of those ones where it's intriguing in the moment, but when you describe it out loud after the fact, it sounds sort of comedic. So we're going to do that now. So basically, a planet turns into a human woman and falls madly in love with Colin Baker. But then she gets mad and she gets shot and she explodes, and Colin Baker is sad because he loved Woman Planet, I think. There's this really weird scene in the movie where Sophie Aldred and Colin are naked for a hot minute, and I don't know why, because nothing in the scene or in the scene surrounding would suggest that he was naked, and in fact it sort of contradicts the whole point of the storyline. Now don't get me wrong, Colin Baker is a renowned sex symbol worldwide. I mean, if I could, I would. But it's just weird to me that Bill Baggs' obsession with putting random partial nudity in his films always seemed to result in Colin showing more skin than anyone else. But out of the whole series, I think the best one is probably the third tape. At this point, Bill Baggs was joined in these adventures by his friend of many years known as Nick Briggs. Briggs was intent in making the series much more unique and set apart from its previous work, which is something you can certainly say he succeeded in. In Memory Alone, written by and starring Briggs, sees Bryant and Baker's characters finding themselves in a train station with no memories of who they are. I'm very much a man in love with the storytelling technique of having the main characters suddenly come into existence just as the story starts, leading them to process everything around them in the same pace that we do. The story also has a lot of dreamlike elements which simply can't be beat in terms of mystery storytelling, and it's just so atmospheric and suspenseful, I was very much blown away by it. However, the plot point of the two main characters not being able to remember their own identities was introduced because it was becoming hard to write them as their Doctor Who counterparts without acknowledging BBC-owned details. It just doesn't make sense for these characters to never mention any details about their lives, including what their names are, for such a long period of time. Wiping their memories made this not an issue anymore, and it additionally just happened to make the special a lot more interesting. Suddenly and mysteriously, Nicola Bryant never worked with Bill Baggs ever again. By this point, it should be said that Bill Baggs had officially decided to name his video production group Bill and Ben Video, Ben being the nickname of his then wife, Helen. This would, of course, be initialized as BBV. There are only really two potential reasons why he chose this name. Either he thought it would be funny, or he seriously thought that in naming his company BBV, he could trick people into thinking that his Doctor Who fan films were official. Honestly, giving Baggs as a looted character in coming years, I think either possibility is equally likely. Nick Briggs apparently hated the idea of producing The Stranger to be Doctor Who in everything but name, feeling that it stifled the creativity on the projects and that it could potentially lead to BBC legal action. At the same time, Bill Baggs was becoming uninterested in continuing to produce Doctor Who and wanted to expand his prospects elsewhere. With this, the Stranger tapes would go on, but with some serious twists along the way. The remaining Stranger tapes are just weird to me. I don't know. I feel like other people get something out of them, but to me they're at best surreal and at worst really embarrassing. It's one of those sets of films where the people making it have big ideas, but they don't have the budget to make anything. So the entire movie is people running around these affordable places in Nottingham describing sci-fi concepts that they didn't have the money to shoot.
Last Preceptor cell leader located at this transverse point seems to have arrived without a portal.
Did the Protectorate send you to sabotage this mission, to infiltrate this cell? They'd like that.
The cell have him now. I couldn't intervene without risking detection.
That is Raven. This is the random power break we detected. The random power break reaches its correct transverse point at 10 o'clock tonight. That's when we kill him. Because that's when it's safe to get back into the dimensional web.
If you want a sci-fi movie where characters are standing around non-sci-fi locations and describing a sci-fi movie that the creators didn't have the money to make, oh boy, does Bill Baggs got you covered. I'm not going to pretend I understand this film. All you really need to know is that the big twist of the movie is that the Stranger, who up to this point was implied to just be space dandy Doctor Who, is actually an interdimensional terrorist named Solomon who has killed many people in the past and simply has forgotten his memories. Yeah, it sounds like a bit of a cool twist, but trust me when I say it, it really doesn't work. It was a pretty open secret on the set of these last few projects that Bill Baggs was only doing them to potentially get jobs directing real shows for the BBC. One of these films, for instance, mainly focuses on being a police drama because Baggs was trying to get a job directing a police drama show. The issue is that he sold these tapes to Doctor Who fans, had them reviewed and advertised in Doctor Who magazine, and overall tried to package them to be disguised as Doctor Who. So he goes out of his way to incorporate elements of the show into these tapes, all while additionally trying to present it as a fundamentally different thing for the sake of selling himself to another group of people. As Nick Briggs would sort of say later on, these things were made for everyone and thus appealed to no one. Doctor Who fans were buying tapes that just weren't what they were asking for and were filled with deception, and legitimate film producers looking for someone to direct real drama were surely just confused to see an opening card that reads, "These are terrorists from another dimension. They have completed their mission on Earth and now they want to leave. But they are trapped and they are desperate." But despite all of this, in an era of the Doctor Who fandom where Doctor Who just didn't exist, Baggs' projects were opened with welcome arms. I said that sentence wrong. But despite all of this, in an era of the fandom where it seemed like Doctor Who might never return, Baggs' projects were welcomed with open arms. They allegedly proved to be very profitable, although many of the actors who appeared in them noted that they never received ample compensation once the money started to flow in. Suddenly and mysteriously, Colin Baker never worked with Bill Baggs ever again. Further projects produced under the BBV label include the Auton trilogy and the Probe series. Both maintained very loose connections to the actual Doctor Who universe by licensing minor elements, respectively the Autons and Liz Shaw, a companion of the Third Doctor. As his notoriety grew, so did the amount of people willing to work with him. Perhaps one of the most interesting of these was the up-and-coming writer by the name of Mark Gatiss, who would write on numerous projects for Baggs and began working on many of the behind-the-scene features included on the company's tapes. It was clear that the BBV was on an incredible rise. But soon, a massive mistake would bring all of this to an end. The story goes that somewhere around 1998, Bill Baggs got in contact with the BBC and attempted to obtain a license to produce official Doctor Who audio dramas. They told him no. So he decided to do it anyways. And that is how we received Audio Adventures in Time and Space. There is a great difference to me between this and The Stranger, because this is a charming knockoff, and this is copyright infringement. So here's the basic rundown for how this series operates. In the actual show, Sylvester McCoy had played the Seventh Doctor, but he had a companion with a knack for calling him the nickname Professor. Thus, it was decided to credit the character as simply the Professor. Sophie Aldred had portrayed said companion, who had been named Ace in the show. In the audio series, her character would instead be named Ace.
Dr. Y and the lawsuit waiting to happen.
Just to clarify so we're all on the same page, in Doctor Who, Sylvester McCoy and Sophie Aldred played a pair of time travelers who went by the names Ace and Professor. And in this non-BBC produced audio series, Sylvester McCoy and Sophie Aldred played a pair of time travelers who go by the names Ace and Professor. Unlike The Stranger, which managed to skirt the law and carefully not use any copyrighted material, this series blatantly just used licenses that none of them owned, that they had asked for permission for and the BBC had said no, and they additionally used the original actors as if to imply that this might be licensed. These CDs are historical remnants of Baggs breaking the law under the belief that no one would ever care enough to get him in trouble. And for the first time ever, it seems that he was wrong. By the time that he was working on his second series of releases, Bill Baggs had received what I've come to understand to essentially be a cease and desist letter from the BBC, rightfully pointing out that his numerous Doctor Who clones were in direct conflict with their copyright. Baggs' response was to barely change the names of the main characters and continue producing that exact same series. He mystifyingly then immediately started producing yet another Doctor Who clone series, this time casting Nick Briggs in the role as to not attract suspicions. This saw Briggs fighting the mysterious Cyberrons, which are a clear knockoff of Cybermen, as a character without a name who is given the pseudonym Fred. The true final nail in the coffin for BBV came that same year when it was announced that the recently created Big Finish Productions had officially obtained the rights to produce Doctor Who audio dramas as the real deal. Soon enough, the company's output would prove to be very successful, leading to numerous releases every month, which only became more professional and satisfactory as time went on. In a world where so much real Doctor Who was suddenly existing, there just wasn't a lot of a market for almost Doctor Who. Many of Baggs' peers went on to collaborate with Big Finish for some time, but Baggs himself never had the chance. Apparently, the BBC insisted that they did not want someone who they had initiated a copyright dispute with to be involved in any official production. Baggs had essentially blacklisted himself from the entire franchise because he couldn't wait another year to make his vision for the show. But it seems like not too many people other than him were insanely upset by this prospect. By all accounts, Bill Baggs is a very controversial figure, even amongst people who he had at one point befriended. Based on the numerous accounts from people who knew him at this time, he was, at best, a charming and overzealous figure who could not keep his promises, and at worst, a borderline con artist. There are countless stories from around this time which all seem to show the same basic themes. Bill Baggs would lure people into his projects, having them work for almost nothing and promising them compensation later, and when that chance would come, he would then magically forget about those concerns. Knowing that the lack of consistent paperwork on his projects made it almost impossible to sue him over anything. The fact that he was allegedly a huge control freak and really hard to work with makes it pretty easy to understand why he was constantly burning bridges left and right. Since leaving the Doctor Who fandom, he is apparently into something called energy healing. So I'm leaning towards con artist. An extremely interesting detail of this era is how many people started off by working on these tapes and then ended up getting mainstream work outside of this. Nick Briggs would go on to focus most of his efforts at Big Finish, and would prove himself so capable in imitating classic Doctor Who baddies, that when the show was brought back in 2005, he became their main source for voicing monsters.
Exterminate! 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 Exterminate!
Mark Gatiss would become a massively successful writer and performer. He's arguably best known for being the co-creator of the BBC series Sherlock, alongside his longtime friend Stephen Moffat. He would star in and write for Doctor Who numerous times, most recently in the multi-Doctor thriller Twice Upon a Time, at the insistence of his friend. Honestly, just listing off the very lucrative work of Gatiss would probably justify its own standalone video. His success really is that widespread at this point. So the question is, did the massive success of these people happen because of, or in spite of, their connections to a company like BBV? Honestly, I think it's somewhere in the middle. I feel like working for BBV gave people like Nick Briggs and Mark Gatiss experience that they probably had a hard time finding outside of these cases. It allowed them to make stories and create videos when they really didn't have an outlet to do that otherwise. But at the same time, no one hired them because they had worked for BBV, so they basically still had to start from the bottom once they were done with this. What we've covered in this episode has been some of the most dumbfounding and deceptive examples of Who spin-off media from this era, but I don't want you guys leaving this video thinking this represents all of the output. A lot of stories, including Downtime and Wartime, are still respected today for being what they were. Great projects of passion created by fans who were entirely afraid that their universe, the one they loved so much, was going to just be abandoned. If anything, these tapes, these knockoffs, these bootlegs, they are evidence that even in a time of supposed failure, there was a huge market for Doctor Who stories. More than anything else, I think it's a shame that it took the BBC so long to figure this out for themselves. Oh, and you know Eddie Redmayne's character from Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Him? He's also a Doctor Who knockoff. Thanks for watching! What is the worst reality show ever made? Personally, I think it's hard to judge. The Jersey Shore, Honey Boo Boo, Opposite Worlds, Mystery Diners, all truly contenders in the race to the bottom. The genre is essentially defined by its open lack of standards, which means that pinning down what show is really the worst can be a bit of a wild goose chase. As we usually find out, the bar can always go a little bit lower. But if there's something worse out there than what I found this week, I don't want to find it. Ladies and gentlemen, I present Juiced, the O.J. Simpson prank show.
Who you talking to on the phone, good-looking girl like you?
It's my boyfriend, actually.
Hey, guy.
He's a runner in a studio.
Ma, you should run around the studios and stuff.
What'd you do?
I tried to be an actor once.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, Jesus Christ.
He killed his ex-wife and her boyfriend.
Why are you just mentioning that? Just gonna be your tone-deaf commentary on every scene. Like I killed his girlfriend, you know?
He did, his ex-wife, the mother of his children, trial of the century. If you were around in the 90s, ask your parents. They remember the OJ trial.
Juiced is one of those things you sometimes hear about online, but actually tracking down a copy proved to be really difficult. It originally came out on pay-per-view, and the only way to get a physical copy was to order it from the official website getjuice.com. But it must not have been a great seller, because I can't actually find any evidence of people owning this DVD. Not only is it impossible to find it on sites like eBay, but there aren't even any torrents available of the damned thing. Juiced is a program so overwhelmingly obscure and terrible that no one has even tried to steal it before. For a while, it seemed like this was just one of those things that I wasn't meant to find, which in a way would probably have turned out to be a massive blessing in disguise. But then it hit me. An option so obvious yet so archaic that even by saying it out loud, I am going to confuse a whole lot of my younger viewers. So, did you guys know that Netflix delivers DVDs? More specifically, they still deliver DVDs. It used to be all they did, and they were so good at it that Blockbuster went out of business. But you can apparently still add the DVD delivery feature to your account. And that's a damn good thing, because this is where I found what is potentially one of the only surviving copies of this show, still there 15 years later. So when I briefly talked about this on Twitter, I was shocked to find out that there are actually still some people who don't know who O.J. Simpson is. Because apparently the obsession with him mostly stems from America media networks. This actually reflects in one of the segments in the show. There's a prank where they put up an ad online for a room available to rent, and when a woman shows up to interview, they introduce OJ as the person that she's going to be living with.
Actually, here's my roommate. Hey, what's up, OJ?
Hi. Hi.
This is OJ, yeah.
Except the prank doesn't work at all, because she's just immigrated to the United States and she has no idea who O.J. Simpson is. The point is that it might be helpful if I stop real quick and try to give a brief summary of exactly who this guy is. O.J. Simpson was a person who became famous for playing football. And to use a little sports jargon, he was really good. So good that when he decided to stop playing football while his brain still worked, he transitioned into Hollywood to become an actor. He most famously starred in the comedy film series The Naked Gun, a spin-off of the TV show Police Squad. You've probably seen a lot of GIFs from the franchise, a collective 0 of them taken from scenes with OJ for reasons we're about to get into. In 1994, O.J. Simpson's ex-wife, Nicole Brown Simpson, suddenly turned up dead, and by turned up dead, I mean was violently murdered, alongside a platonic friend she had met 6 weeks prior to the attack. By shocking coincidence, as they say in the crime shows, copious amounts of O.J. Simpson's blood was splattered over everything at the crime scene, and the victim's blood was found inside of his car and leading up to the front door of his home. By the time police had managed to piece all this together, O.J. had managed to make the slip. What followed was an intense manhunt, resulting in a long highway chase as he attempted to evade police in his white Ford Bronco. The trial would be heavily publicized and sensationalized, broadcast all over the country, but after a long deliberation, a verdict was finally reached.
Thanks, I'm Norm MacDonald, and now the fake news. Well, it is finally official. Murder is legal in the state of California.
O.J. Simpson's shocking acquittal is today looked at as one of the most confounding dramas to ever play out in front of the American people. How O.J.'s team of rich lawyers could convince a jury that he had never been to a crime scene covered in his own blood seems too asinine to even comprehend. The short explanation of what happened is that the American justice system is set up so that, theoretically, in order for someone to be found guilty, there must be no reasonable doubt to their guilt. If you're even 1% unsure of the verdict, it's your responsibility to acquit all charges. So what OJ's lawyers ended up doing was essentially to posit a conspiracy theory, that all of the physical evidence was planted, and that all of the police were corrupt, incompetent, and racist. Sadly, as a big blow to the prosecution, proving that LA police in the 1990s were corrupt, incompetent, and racist was a remarkably easy thing to do. So, in 1995, OJ became a free man. However, 2 years later, a civil trial took place where OJ was unanimously found to have been responsible for the deaths, and he was ordered to pay the families of the victims $33 million. This, coupled with the massive legal fees to the Council of Evil, meant that OJ became totally broke almost overnight. And in just over a decade, OJ would become so washed up and desperate that he would allow himself to be involved in Juiced, the bizarre punk knockoff trying to take advantage of the fact that people were legitimately terrified of him. Also, I just said the word knockoff, so I'm legally allowed to add this to the playlist. So up to this point, I have been calling Juiced a TV show, which is probably only a little disingenuous. It was all clearly filmed under the pretense of being put in a show, but the crew were so bad at their jobs that they could only stitch together an hour's worth of content. Most of it unconnected and borderline incoherent. So from here on out, we're just going to start analyzing a bunch of these individual pieces. Let's start off with the one you basically go in expecting. In this prank, the crew set up a fake meta reality show that's a copy of Cheaters, where they're trying to help a guy prove that his girlfriend is cheating on him. They follow the girlfriend to a hotel room where they bust inside, and the boyfriend immediately is so enraged that he doesn't even recognize OJ and just begins screaming at his girlfriend while she's locked in the bathroom. While this happens, some guy wanders in, totally unplanned. And it's only after this that the guy looks over and finally recognizes OJ, and the show pauses on the face he makes, which is just 100% him thinking, that's OJ Simpson, and he's about to murder me.
You've been juiced.
I was like, what the fuck are you doing here? When you get pranked by OJ, I guess in your head, you either choose to laugh or he's gonna kill you. In your head, that must be how it works.
It's pretty sociopathic to make those kind of jokes when you know that you killed your ex-wife. Do you really have to rub it in?
Like I said, that's what you expected when you decided to watch the O.J. Simpson prank show. Well, here's the thing. Most of the other pranks become so strange and surreal that as I was watching, I was dreading the idea of even trying to explain them to someone.
They're homosexuals. They're homosexuals. They're homosexuals.
Here's one of the big ones. They hire some desperate actor to pretend like he's hosting a party and rent out a house to do so, and have a bunch of random people over. And everyone's like, is that O.J. Simpson? Like, immediately. But then they start dropping plates and dishes and stuff, and the fake host comes in and yells at everyone for breaking his stuff, which at this point you would just leave, right?
What's Danny Glover doing in my house?
Then, a naked woman shows up to the party. She walks around the living room entirely topless, does some cleaning, and then goes out back and bounces on a trampoline while OJ ogles her and makes commentary.
It's looking rather entertaining to me.
And it's like, this shit keeps going. Like, it's those three things over and over again for what feels like 20 minutes, and then OJ reveals it's all a prank, but not everyone is in the room, so they have to leave and find more people and tell them that it was a prank, and then they leave and find more people and tell them it was a prank. Like, what the fuck is this? And in between these half-baked and often half-edited segments, we'll be shown strippers taking their clothes off. I'm dead serious about this. Every time a prank ends, we see another collage of strippers. It's like once every 5 minutes, and it usually goes on for a while.
Can you believe this really happens to OJ?
This is OJ's real life.
Why would he care about his ex-wife at all when this is going on in his house every night? Like, does he ever allow himself to think about how he murdered two people, or is it just like, are the strippers there just so he's never alone? Like, I mean, his kids, you know, as I said, his kids don't talk to him.
Initially, I was really confused why they had done this. Like, why would they insert 20 minutes of strippers into a 1-hour prank show? Until it all snapped together about halfway through. I know what it was. I figured it out. They had to find some excuse to write the strippers off as a tax thing. That has to be the only reason that there are strippers in every single segment of this show.
Charitable thing.
That has to be it. It's got to be a tax write-off to hire these strippers. Incidentally, the DVD includes a bonus feature titled Behind the Scenes, Deleted Scenes, and Obscenes, which features things too offensive to put into the special, which is a scary sentence. This includes the cameraman trying to film the strippers in the bathroom and other similarly toned situations.
Creepy guy with camera.
Intimate moment with myself, okay?
You're the creepy camera guy.
Get over it.
Intimate moments with yourself is what we're looking for.
No. Oh. Or I'm gonna beat your ass. I'm beating your ass. Get out of here.
We found out while browsing the trailer section of the DVD that outside of this show, this company was most known for making softcore pornography and redneck backyard fight shows? Which, yeah, that tracks, I guess. I hope everyone involved in this company is in jail. That's clearly where they deserve to be. And Juiced absolutely has the production value you would expect from a company switching from softcore backyard porn to reality TV in essentially no time. Outside of the fact that the audio is trash and the video is inconsistent, the pace implies that a lot of these pranks were total failures. Because the documentary will introduce the concept, but there is no payoff.
You used to cheer for me. Now all I want you to do is buy some oranges.
For instance, there was one skit where they try to dress OJ up in whiteface, and I guess the idea was that he'd go around dressed in whiteface, and at some point he'd rip the disguise off and say, "I'm not white, I'm OJ." But the whiteface makeup they ended up with is so badly done that he just looks like a burn victim. And his acting is so bad that the people he's around presume there's something just wrong with him and they feel bad. The main problem with this show is that O.J. Simpson is not a funny person or a person capable of ab-libbing or moving along with the moment, meaning that so many of these skits are just him standing completely firm on a point and repeating the same basic beats over and over again. In the final prank, he disguises himself as a pizza delivery guy, and he takes money from someone in this bar and gives him a pizza that he did not order. When the guy figures out that he's been given the wrong order, he asks for his money back, but OJ says no. And the rest of the prank is just this guy begging to have his money back and OJ saying no, never changing up the bit as this becomes more and more sad and desperate for both of them.
Well, who's gonna pay me for the pizza that I delivered? Who's gonna pay me for the pizza I delivered?
I don't know, sir, but I ordered special from him, sir.
Well, somebody's gonna pay me for the pizza I delivered. I know that.
I gave you $20. You told me inside I gave you. Sir, I gave you $20 inside, and it was $15, sir. You gave me a receipt for $15 and
I gave you a large pizza that's inside, and I haven't been paid for it. But somebody ordered from me.
That's not on me. That's not on me.
Well, somebody's got to pay for this pizza.
No, man, my money back, please.
Get us some more pizza.
Somebody's got to pay for this pizza.
My money back, please, sir.
But somebody's got to pay me for this pizza. I know that.
Have my money back, sir, please. Full of crap.
Yeah.
I knocked nothing out your head.
Come
Have
on,
my money
man.
back, please. I want to go
Well,
home.
I got to pay for this pizza. I got to pay for this
sir.
pizza.
Can I have my money back, please?
A key feature of the special is that it also includes a self-described O.J. Simpson rap, and part of the DVD shows them making it while also pranking the people involved. So they invite a bunch of women in who are trying to get on the track, but O.J. comes in dressed up like this, and he starts trying to sleep with some of the women under the promise of getting them on the record, like casting couch shit, but it's a joke.
Well, we got a backstage pass.
Oh, are you serious? I'll go. If I could bring a friend of mine.
Godfrey?
Huh?
Godfrey?
No, girlfriend.
Well, that might be better.
Yeah.
For me. No?
I think he's in character here, but pretty much any time he encounters a woman on the show, his intuition is to sexually harass them. Like, is it all part of an elaborate bit, or is he using the bit as an excuse to be a horrible person? Before you answer that, keep in mind, he did kill 2 people, and that's the reason he has a prank show. But I mean, the rap itself is truly something magical.
Yo, coach, there's no stopping the juice. When I'm on the field, I'm like a lion going loose. Better shoot me with a tranquilizer gun. Don't be fool stupid. I'm not a Simpson named Bart. I'm not a cartoon.
I'm not a cartoon. He had to make that clear. Here's something weird. If you go to the DVD and select the rap and then choose to view the lyrics, the version of the song that plays is this weird twang country western remix that's not in the special at all.
Yo, coach, there's no stopping the juice. When I'm on the field, I'm like a lion going loose. Better shoot me with a tranquilizer dart. Don't be fool stupid. I'm not a Simpson named Bart. I'm not a cartoon. Let me introduce you to the man known as the Juice. OJ. He's rocking the mic, you can't lose. OJ. All you other rappers better go and hide, man. 'Cause he's got a house, man.
The special wraps up by showing a collage of outtakes alongside the credits, which seem to imply that there was a lot of content that was cut for being much worse.
You gotta come in at the cousin.
Ciao. They're out there to get you.
And this is the final clip we're shown.
Think OJ's a good looking guy?
Yep. If I like guys, I'd do him. I would.
So, you think...
and I've done it. 10 months when I was in Washington. I've done him a few times. No, but,
I feel very strongly walking away from this. I think he definitely did it. I mean, when he wrote a book called I Did It, I was like, he maybe did it. But having finished this, I think there's a 0% chance he did not do it. The O.J. Simpson reality show is truly one of those experiences with no positives. It was an hour of concentrated pain, and I walked away feeling like I had gained absolutely nothing from it. I watched O.J. eat people's food, then say, I'm O.J. I watched him sleep with people's girlfriends, then say, I'm O.J. I watched him allow his friends to nearly kill actors hired for his show.
OJ, just sign your ball.
Ball, all of them. You're gonna get fucking coordinated.
Okay. I truly regret dedicating such energy to trying to find this, because it's really the kind of thing that there's just not a lot to say about. The little blurb printed on the McDonald's wrapping paper that came on the outside of the Netflix DVD said everything about the show that anyone needs to know. But if you don't believe me, I'm officially sending the DVD back now, so you can rent it and live through this personal hell all on your own.
Another thing that comes to mind is like falling asleep watching like Cartoon Network or whatever.
Yeah.
When you're 8 years old and wake up in front of the TV and it's nighttime.
And just
and
some shit on Adult Swim.
Something like this.
This is the kind of thing they'd play on Adult Swim at like 3 a.m.
I can't think of anything this bad ever on Adult Swim.
Thanks for watching. Don't forget to hit that photo on my face to make sure you're subscribed. We're trying to get to 400,000 subscribers by January, and it's gonna be a bit of an uphill battle. With that, I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you need. In late January 2020, the Sonic the Hedgehog movie was officially released to theaters, breaking box office records and becoming unanimously loved by all audiences around the world, proving so popular in fact that after its release, it was decided that it would be the last movie ever made. But Sonic the Hedgehog is a franchise which actually predates the highest grossing superhero movie of 2020, going back all the way to the 1990s. The character has gone through many incarnations and reboots in too many mediums to count, from edgy comic books to lighthearted anime to several American cartoons of varying tone. Fun fact, I collect animation cells. This is the only Sonic one that I own. But the impact of the franchise is hardly limited exclusively to official material, because Sonic has the honor of having more fan art than any other character on the internet. In fact, it's become a bit of a meme that if you type "your name the Hedgehog" into Google Images, you'll end up finding some sort of original character that has coincidentally been designed with your name. So for this episode of the 2020 edition of Knockoff November, I figured it would be fun to look at 3 movies which have attempted to do this exact same thing, to name their property Blank the Hedgehog. Now arguably, this is cheating a little bit, as you can't copyright hedgehogs. But from my experience of doing Knockoff November every December for all these years, knockoffs tend to be less about content and more about branding. And I think it's undeniable that most of the brands we're going to be looking at today were totally aware of the connection they'd be making here. This video has been a lot of fun to work on, and I had some friends come on and help me out with various parts, and some of those guys are going to be appearing later in the video. But first, I want to talk about something funny that happened recently. Back at the end of October, I promised you guys that if we hit 400,000 subscribers by the end of 2020, that I would make a review about the TV show iCarly. And pretty quickly, by around the middle of November, we officially hit that goal. And 1 week later, it was officially announced that iCarly was being rebooted. I did this. I don't know how, but I did this. I clearly have some sort of power that I have only just discovered. And I can use this power for good, or I can use it for evil. So if you go down right now and hit subscribe, I will use my newfound god powers to bring back all the TV shows you like Phil of the Future or Frasier, if everyone's schedules line up. And if you don't hit subscribe, I'll bring back all your favorite shows, but as sexy Riverdale reboots made by people who haven't even watched the original shows. Yeah, I just really want to get to 500k next year, so if you guys hit subscribe, that means a lot. Also, all my next couple of videos I think are really fun, and I really want to make sure you guys see them. So, once again, just make sure you're subscribed. It means the world, and it makes me really happy to see that number go up. So, alright, that's it. Let's get into this. Okay, so I asked people on Twitter for suggestions on what to cover in this, and one person suggested something which totally does not fit the parameters that I just meticulously set up, but it's so hilarious and inexplicable that I had to include it. And furthermore, it had to be the very first thing we started on. That being Tanic the Hedgehog. This is not a movie, it's a series of YouTube videos, and it's not a knockoff, it's a parody of knockoffs. But when you watch it, it really makes you wonder, is the 2020 Sonic movie a knockoff of this? So our protagonist, the young teenager Peter, is spending time outside trying to cure his boredom when he notices that it's suddenly getting pretty hot outside despite it being winter. Looking up, he suddenly sees a ball of fire zoom past his house and crash into his backyard, which he chases after to see what it could possibly be.
Oh no! 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 Stay away from me! What are you?
I am a hedgehog.
Wait! Hedgehogs can't talk?
Oh, but do they dance?
Okay, like for real, are we totally sure that this isn't secretly the first draft of the 2020 movie? So Tanic and Peter go into his house and begin catching up, as Tanic remembers that before appearing on our world, he was in the middle of a big fight, and that he doesn't remember much else. Meanwhile, in the MS Paint galaxy, the evil Neo the Hedgehog begins searching for his foe so they can continue their epic battle. Using his computer, he scans the galaxy, and Tanic is 16 by the way, so careful with that fan art. He scans the galaxy and he's able to quickly find Tanic's signal and track him back to Earth, and he sends his fleet to Peter's backyard. If only Tanic had been using NordVPN, the most trusted VPN this side of the galaxy and the sponsor of this video, which would have allowed him to cloak his quill wavelengths and keep himself hidden from all cyber attacks, whether they be human or intergalactic space hedgehogs. I personally use NordVPN year-round entirely because it lets me be naughty whenever I want. How can you know when I'm sleeping when you can't even find me, bitch? Nord is currently holding a special deal just for the holidays. Every purchase of a 2-year plan will include 68% off and 4 additional months entirely free. But this is only available for the holiday season, so if you want to crack at this, you have to go to nordvpn.com/Quinton right now. Once again, that's nordvpn.com/QUINTON. Where was I?
Wait, can you hear that sound?
Yes I can.
So Neo the Hedgehog comes down from space to do battle with Tanic, but instead Peter bravely fights in his place, nobly getting his ass handed to him by a space mammal.
Alright, that's enough! Time for some Mortal Kombat!
And you...
Fuck! I lose!
As Peter bleeds out on the pavement, Neo tells Tanic that not only he was teleported to Earth, but also all of his friends as well. Neo plans to make Earth the base to his new empire as Tanic and Pita celebrate with burger.
You wanna go in for some burger?
Sure.
Oh boy, I wonder if episode 2 of this epic is just as incredible as the first one.
I came here to kick your ass.
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Okay, what game shall I play today?
I found out while researching this that another popular YouTuber that I actually watch made a pretty popular video series about this, but I don't care, man. This shit is Shakespeare. It shouldn't be monopolized. So we're shown Peter picking out what video game he wants to play in real time, and after one eternity, he chooses pinball for the PS2, and we see him sit down and play that. This sequence of him picking a game and then playing it without showing the game takes up more than half of the second episode. 10% of the runtime of this entire web series is just this guy playing PS2 off camera. Eventually he hears a noise and runs upstairs, where he finally meets Rex the Fox.
I can prove it, you motherfucker.
Whoa, slow down.
He offers to shake Rex's hands, but when Rex grabs his hand, he breaks it, ruining his ability to be a gaming master.
At least I can't play World of Warcraft with this hand anymore. Thanks for the help.
Well, sorry.
Meanwhile, in space, Neo the Hedgehog says that there is still one left to find, implying a Knuckles knockoff existing within this universe. And then, the series just ends. Yeah, so this YouTuber didn't make any more of this show, and at some point he got embarrassed by videos like these and just deleted them all. You know, I've been considering making a video about YouTubers who deleted their channels, because it's an interesting topic even though it's impossible to research. Because there is something that's so fascinating about you know, the chance of having an experience this religious with a piece of media on YouTube, only for it to quietly stop existing, potentially without anyone even noticing. And if you guys would like to see a video like that, be sure to tell me in the comments below, and of course hit subscribe! Anyways, Tanic the Hedgehog is a work of art. It's half shitpost parody and half a kid from 2008 honestly trying to make something good, and it's 100% fantastic. I miss when YouTube was nothing but videos like this, just like Kingdom Hearts parodies and flash animations that 7 people saw, truly a golden age of the internet. And speaking of fringe YouTube connections, I think this is a good time as any to transition into our next topic and our first official film. So I wanted to welcome you to the show, Mark. It's good to have you on.
It's good to be here, Quinton.
Yeah, fun fact, Mark and I are actually very good friends, and we always have been, and anyone who says otherwise is lying.
No bad blood, no nothing. Nothing bad's ever happened between us.
Ellis Mark, Quinton Reviews, best friends forever, going on adventures, solving mysteries, flying to the sun. And that's why we're watching a Hedgehog movie.
Yeah, as the resident weirdo who likes Sonic the Hedgehog.
So the first real film that we're going to be looking at today is the very one which inspired me to make this video. That being Andy the Talking Hedgehog. When this first came out a couple of years ago, it became one of those films that everybody had heard of, solely because of its very strange cover, of which there are actually 3, each more strange than the last. It's the final one, which you can see here on my personal copy, which really piqued my interest. I mean, not only is the cast list surreal, but just this image of a hedgehog riding a horse with a caption that reads, "A magical good time." Oh, it's so beautiful. Andy the Talking Hedgehog is what I like to call a talking dog movie, which can be defined as when a filmmaker in California borrows someone's pet, films it for a few hours, and then somehow edits that into a narrative.
Like Spooky Buddies or Santa Paws or...
I'm thinking more like The Dog That Saved Christmas, The Dog That Saved Halloween, and The Dog That Saved Easter.
Oh yeah, I might be thinking a bit too highbrow for this stuff, yeah.
So the main defining traits of a dog movie are, number 1, they film some animal and then dub them over later as if, you know, it's Homeward Bound. Number 2, there's like comic relief robbers who try and rob someplace and get stopped by the animal. Number 3, Dean Cain is in all of these movies.
Honey, want a chip?
Bob, you're barking. Stop it. No, Bob, talk to me, dear. Don't bark. Stop it. Roll over.
Run my ear. Right here, behind me. Do it. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Good.
Out of all the movies I chose to watch for this video, Andy the Talking Hedgehog was overwhelmingly the most expected. It's not a great film, in fact it's very, very bad, but it's the exact kind of film that I predicted it would be when Mark and I sat down to record this audio. So if you think that anything I'm about to show to you is weird, know how truly batshit insane some of the stuff later in the video must be.
What are we going to do? The children!
So this movie starts the same way that the real Sonic movie does, with a scene in the middle of action followed by, "I bet you're wondering how I got here." At which point we flash back several weeks before Andy learned to talk, as Andy acts as the narrator and introduces us to all of his family.
Hey, princess.
That's Tina, Lily's funny older sister. She likes boys and pop music.
Sit, Tina. Breakfast.
I'm fasting, Mom.
You can fast later.
What was that?
I don't think that was a cat noise.
We then meet our true protagonists, Andy the Hedgehog and his owner, Lily. Lily is walking around in her backyard when she enters a void and meets her Fairly BFF, who is sadly not played by a Seinfeld cast member, but instead by Tara Reid. Her Fairly BFF tells her she can wish for anything she wants, and Lily wishes that all of her animals and plant friends, like Andy, could talk. She grants this wish, and Lily goes skipping away, but the Fairly boss is not happy with this.
What?
What?
Listen, do you realize what you've just done?
It's just a guy. I just got back from Fairy CEO Corp.
You better not have made Andy the Hedgehog talk.
One of the first things you notice when you watch this is that in almost every scene, the hedgehog performer is visually, physically upset. And in a sense, constantly trying to escape from the movie. Trying to wiggle free from the grasp of the actors and the effect that this will inevitably have on his resume. You know, I figure if you were holding a hedgehog against its will, it would prick you.
Whoa.
Probably is. Probably forced to sit through it. Yeah, like she's like lifted her hand, fingers away.
Lily wants to share Andy talking with her family and friends, but Andy says that if humans see a hedgehog talking, it will upset the natural order and cause chaos. Meanwhile, two comic relief stooges are preparing to clean the gutters of the house, and we see a long, uncut sequence of them figuring out how to put up the ladder.
If they start it like this, then the audience might be confused as to how they got the ladder there.
Eventually, Lily convinces Andy to talk in front of other people, starting with her sister and her sister's dumb best friend.
Can you actually talk, little rat?
I'm a hedgehog, sweetheart, not a rat.
Oh my god.
That line was clearly stolen from Sonic and the Secret Rings. In the final cutscene when Sonic says, "I'm not a rat, I'm a hedgehog," show that clip here, Quinton.
I'm not a rat, I'm a hedgehog.
I gotta boast my Sonic knowledge.
Her sister then invites her smart best friend over to get her hot take. And when the smart friend sees that Andy really can talk, she passes out.
Oh gosh, the hedgehog killed her. Won't get on social media though.
Wow, yeah, that's what teenagers do.
Selfie.
A selfie with the dead body.
My own. I don't have anybody caring.
The way this shot is set up, I'm really expecting someone to run up and kick him.
Fucking torturing this hedgehog.
At this point, Lily agrees to let Andy run around free in the backyard, leading to the best sequence in the entire movie, where they literally just capture stock footage of hedgehogs and then dub it over later.
Andy, my knees are acting up. My tendonitis is acting up. These veterinarians, man, they don't know what they're talking about.
This is great. I'm kind of loving this movie now.
I feel like if they uploaded this just with music on YouTube and called it like ASMR Hedgehog compilation, they would have made more money than whatever they made from this movie.
Definitely.
I forgot hedgehogs can actually do that.
Oh yeah. It's really cool.
Anyways, the two stooges from before find out Andy can talk and decide to steal him so they can win that talent show or sell him for gold or whatever.
Does that Voodoo Brahma in the background?
Yeah, it does. This is from 2018, right?
I didn't want politics in my Talking Hedgehog movie.
I'll admit that at this point in the movie, I got bored, and I just started looking at the IMDb page of the film's director to see what other crap he'd put out. The director of such films as A Dog for Christmas, Arlo the Burping Pig.
Scrap Andy the Hedgehog, I want to see Arlo.
I swear to God, I'm clicking on all these, and every time, every poster has Dean Cain in it. Drake Bell is the voice of the pig?
No.
I also got crackers. Lots of crackers. Do you have any crackers? I think I'll take my crackers upstairs, please.
Andy, you're not allowed to say that.
No.
That's our word.
Send the crackers on up.
You keep saying it.
So this stuff goes on for about 70 minutes, I'd say, and it's a bunch of nonsense. Let's not pretend it matters. In the end, the Stooges kidnap Andy, and Dean Cain saves the day by tackling the older guy, killing both the Stooge and Andy in the process. He still wants out of the movie. Look at him struggling to get out.
I'm Andy the Talking Hedgehog, saying goodbye.
It's a YouTube retro.
So, what'd you think about that? 10 out of 10, I'd say.
Yeah, I wasn't feeling it at first, but every time Andy was talking and on screen, it like reeled me right back in. And I gotta say, I very much enjoyed that.
It's a good experience, yeah. So I think there's about 700 other movies made by this producer that are all exactly like this. So if any of you guys want to see more of these, then I guess that's the place to go.
Yeah, at a certain point, you just gotta make a 2-hour long video on all these. Or you could make the one review because they're all pretty much the same and just like read out the script but replace the footage each time.
Well, I'll do that if we get to 1 billion subscribers, everybody, so hit subscribe. So when you look for Blank the Hedgehog movies, one of the first ones you'll end up finding is a little film titled Ludwig the Hedgehog. When I first came across this, I presumed it would be right up the alley for this video. The poster, presented here, shows the figure of a hedgehog dancing with a bit of text that reads, "Walk this way." So you end up thinking, okay, cheap kids movie, right? Wrong. Not a kids movie, pretentious art movie. Pretentious art movie in another language. Pretentious art movie in another language which does not feature a fucking hedgehog. I really considered not covering this, and here's why. You know how usually when you see a movie and you don't like it, you blame the movie? That's not the experience I had with Ludwig the Hedgehog. I didn't like it, I had a bad experience watching it, and I fully blame myself for that. It's this visually interesting thing, it's clearly well directed and acted, there's a lot of scenes which seem really smart, and I have no idea what happens in this fucking movie. To give a brief tease, let's break down the opening scene. Our protagonist is named Arthur and is a successful but corrupt attorney. He is arguing in court over a case of copyright infringement when he brings out the most essential piece of evidence: the brain of Adolf Hitler. No, it's actually just someone's brain. And you might be asking, why have they presented this absurd visual of a brain being presented at a court dispute over copyright? The answer? I don't know. You expect it to be like a setup for a flashback, like a sort of how did we get here kind of moment, but nope, not at all. It's just a specific trial that has no purpose on the rest of the plot. That's really what my experience with the whole film is. I kept thinking, ooh, they're gonna explain that, and they fucking didn't. Okay, so here's what I was able to figure out about the general plot. Arthur the corrupt attorney is a corrupt attorney whose enemies got no class. He's trying to threaten a guy named Levron into silence because Levron witnessed an attack by gangsters who Arthur is defending in court. And Arthur's best friend is a guy named Karen, who is an actor who's in love with his roommate Mary, who is a translator of old folk tales. At some point before the movie, Arthur was kidnapped and buried by gangsters, but Karen dug him up out of the ground? Question mark, I think? Arthur meets back up with Karen one day and falls in love with Mary, but it turns out Mary is the woman who was injured in the gangster's attack and is the daughter of the guy that he's trying to threaten. So Karen wants Arthur to help protect Mary, but Arthur can't cross the mob. Also, Arthur is getting married to this young, like, Kardashian parody, but he forgets to show up to the wedding, so they get divorced. But Arthur thinks he can buy the love of Mary by paying for surgery that will give her back her ability to walk, but she totally blows him off and says he's manipulative. But then it happens anyways, and Arthur and Mary are in love in the final scene. There it is. There's the movie all laid out before you. Where's the fucking hedgehog? Okay, so I think I have pieced this together, and based on what I've gathered, I think that Karen and Arthur once owned a hedgehog. Like they maybe had a pet hedgehog or something, and they give each other like hedgehog themed gifts. That's what I pieced together. It's mentioned 3 times. Why is it the name of the fucking movie? Like I said, I'm angry, but I'm not angry at the movie. I'm angry at myself. I don't think I've gained the right to be angry. I'm legitimately convinced that it's my fault that I don't get this. I walked away from this severely doubting my ability to understand film itself. And I guess the only way to check that balance is to bring a friend on and watch something that's perhaps a little easier to make a judgment on. For this final movie, I decided to invite my friend Hippie Rat onto the program. You probably haven't heard of him, but he's one of my closer friends, and he suggested a lot of topics that we've covered on this channel, including a few videos I hope to get out in the next month or so. I want to point out that Hippie Rat also is currently aiming for a big subscriber goal, as he's trying to hit 1,000 subscribers within the next year, and I think that's just fab, so if you want to help him out, go check out his channel here. But the film we have to look at today is something I'm a little less positive about. That being Bobby the Hedgehog. Now you've probably heard about this film, but only seen it referred to by its American name. But in some translations and in its original release, Bobby the Hedgehog was the canonical title that it went by. This film is surprisingly weird, and in a sense, I'm not even sure how to describe the plot in a short sentence. I feel as if the character in question goes through like 2 character arcs every 5 minutes, and the longer it goes on, the more insane it gets. In fact, a funny anecdote here, which I promise to you I am not making up. After we finished watching this, I hung up the call and went to get some coffee, and I heard a knock at the door. And it was the police. Someone called the fucking cops on me because they heard me yelling about this movie with my friends on Discord, like someone was convinced that I was torturing someone in my house because of the sounds I was making while watching this. And in a way, weren't they right? And so I literally had to hold up the DVD and be like, no, officer, I was watching this funny hedgehog movie, I promise. Please do not shoot me in the back. Out of all the films we've looked at today, this is also the one that you could most easily justify calling a Sonic knockoff. Bobby the Hedgehog does the Sonic spin attack. His girlfriend is named Rose. He fights an evil scientist. At one point he says, "Did I do that?" Which is the catchphrase of Urkel, who plays Sonic. You know, it's all there. He even kind of looks like the old Sonic design from before everyone made them change it, you know? But it's actually hard to keep track of what the film isn't knocking off. It felt all too common while we were watching this for us to go, oh, this is a scene from Toy Story 2, this is a scene from Toy Story 1, this is Shrek, this is Kung Fu Panda, this is James Cameron's Avatar, for some reason. And I think that's the best way to describe this film, because it's a brilliant representation of just how much it lacks any attention span. To best explain what I mean, let's just get the film rolling. At the start of the film, Bobby the Hedgehog is a member of a hedgehog community on Yummy Fruit Mountain. Here he has proved himself to be the best at being a hedgehog. The smartest, the bravest, and especially the fastest.
Wow, pretty impressive, fellas. Huh? I'm just kidding. Y'all moving in slow motion.
You gotta go fast. Holy shit, there he goes!
However, trouble is stirred when they're visited by the wild beast Maddox. Quick side note, this dub features a lot of celebrity voices, including Chevy Chase and John Heder. But interestingly, some of the leads are actually voiced by popular YouTubers of the day. So if you listen closely, some of these voices might sound familiar.
But I wish I could fork over a mint. I could smell your breath from here. And this won't do the job.
Uncool. I'll have you know I brush my teeth twice a day, Pipsqueak. It is very fresh, okay?
Is this Food Battle 2016? Your fruits can't step up to my pink frosted sprinkle donuts.
This is just sending me back.
These are voices I haven't heard in a long time.
Maddox and Bobby get in a fight over this one specific fruit, leading them all the way down the mountain. Wow. Wow.
Oh my god.
Wow, we gotta import these animators, man. Pixar is out of touch.
Oh no.
They just die.
Yeah, it just got hit by fucking train.
So at this point, the film becomes an entirely different movie, and over the course of about 2 minutes introduces and then immediately resolves an entirely different conflict. This happens like 5 or 6 times in the movie, by the way. Bobby wakes up among a group of birds, having lost all of his memories from the accident. The birds presume that he is also a bird and was severely disfigured by the train, and because he has no evidence to dispute this, he believes this as well. He befriends a poet pigeon who prefers flying to writing. His new friend tries his best to make him feel welcome and loved, but Bobby stays caught up on his inability to fly, believing that he will never be happy until he can fly like the other birds. His friend, wanting to make him happy, declares that they can make him wings which will allow him to fly, and after quickly constructing such a device, they give it a test fly. Hope it works. I think it'd be great if it worked. Oh my god! We're 15 minutes into this and the hedgehog is fucking flying. This might be the greatest movie I've ever seen, because if it keeps on this fucking track, he'll be on the moon by fucking sundown, dude. So they plan to fly to a distant light in the sky, but they're shot down by a poacher, who luckily doesn't want to kill them as he just wants to sell them at his pet shop.
The virus continues to spread. Studies have suggested the source is Most likely small animals. This seems
What?
There's a coronavirus plot!
What?
There's a coronavirus plot in this movie!
Is there? I missed it.
We're in human territory. You don't stand a chance. You're about to live your worst nightmares.
Oh my god, there's no way.
Holy fucking shit!
Oh my god. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh god, why is this the thing I chose to end the year with? Oh Jesus. Oh, what have I put? I'm gonna get demonetized.
There's no escapism. There is no escapism.
Bobby and his pigeon friend are separated in the middle of the city, where Bobby continues to run into his old enemy, who he confronts as he tries to figure out who or what he is.
You're from Yummy Fruit Mountain. Your name is Bobby.
At this point, Bobby is kidnapped by a teenage humanitarian who abducts and then anally probes him.
Are we done? Oh no, where's that thing go?
Clean bill of health.
Wait, how? He's been hit by a train? He's fallen off of buildings?
He's fine. I love those sound effects. To keep track of Bobby, the teen puts a tracker on him, which kind of looks like an armband, and takes him to his boss, Chevy Chase. The teenager asks his boss when the animal shelter they've been planning will be open, and Chevy reveals that he asked for the trackers to be put on the animals for a different reason. He wants to genocide all animals in the city, not only to stop the virus, but also to make money. Somehow. The teen releases Bobby, who is chased through the bad guy building.
I feel like this music specifically is like based exactly off of.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
They got distracted by ass. Is he also distracted by the woman's ass? Tell me.
No.
Oh, thank god. Thank god. Bobby makes it all the way to the control room, where the hazmat suit boys accidentally transmit footage of them trying to kill him to the entire city, as they climb outside for a final fight. Now, you know how this feels like the final act of a movie, where the whole plot is transmitted to the city? Well, we're about 35 minutes into this right now. This film's pacing is crazy. Bobby makes it to the top of the building, which is also the light he's been seeing throughout the movie, and he's rescued by Pigeon and a couple new female friends. Oh, that's cute. I like them. I like them.
Yeah, this is nice.
She hates his poetry. Oh, they're gonna fuck. Oh, they're fucking.
Come on, guys. I thought we were supposed to hang out together.
When Bobby was with the humanitarian, he saw a series of photos of an abandoned Olympic Coliseum and a girl hedgehog, and he mistakes these as repressed memories, and enters the hedgehog community there, which he believes is his home. The hedgehogs here shun him, saying he can only stay if he keeps his quills hidden, as they refuse to use their quills in this community. When he follows this command, he and his friends are allowed to take refuge. However, he quickly breaks the rule, climbing to the top of a tree with Rose to get the prettiest fruit at the top. He then has an episode and accidentally knocks Rose down, causing her to break her arm. This is a perfect example of the short attention span of this movie, because literally 2 or 3 scenes later, her arm is not broken. They forgot she broke her arm. Anyways, Bobby is shunned from the community and his friendship with Pigeon ends because of this. On the outskirts of the Coliseum, he again meets Maddox, but this time he snaps.
I'm taking this for my trouble.
Give it back.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that.
Holy shit!
Just beating him to a pulp. Oh god.
Fucking piece of shit! I'll fucking kill your family!
Also, the hazmat dudes are still following Bobby, leading to this sequence.
Holy shit, why? Oh my god!
He damaged his spine. What does that mean?
What the fuck is happening?
What the fuck does that mean?
It turned into a trident,
What did that mean? The humans surround the Colosseum, planning to enter and kill any living life inside. And Bobby, the other hedgehogs, and all the other animals decide to band together and fight back.
Special ops good to go.
Bees! I can't believe there's bees! I'm so happy.
I know, right?
I'm so happy that there's bees. The bees are what's gonna help him out.
Yeah, they're gonna land a fucking airplane on the people.
Oh, what the fuck just happened?
They built catapults. What? He died! He died!
They're fucking murdering the humans. They're really not helping their cause for not being genocided. You know? Oh,
True.
God! See, this is the end of Avatar! This is the end of Avatar! Oh, it's actually the ending of Sonic! I'm tired of people using my power against me. Holy shit, it is the end of Sonic! Are you fucking kidding me? Chevy Chase begins physically abusing Bobby specifically, and nearly stomps him to death. But Bobby has a secret plan, to use a move that some say is impossible to pull off. When you watch this, keep in mind, I'm pretty sure this is the moment that led my neighbors to call the cops on me. What the fuck? He's gonna become a drill?
Oh my god!
Oh shit! Oh! Holy shit! Oh god! Oh god! Oh, I thought he went right through him. The humans are humiliated and defeated, and the animals are all rescued, and at the same time, entirely vindicated.
Our research certainly backs Scott up. It isn't the animals. They have absolutely no connection to the virus. I'm also happy to announce that we've discovered a vaccine. We no longer have to live in fear.
Wait, no, the vaccine's not out yet!
They don't have the vaccine
Put the mask
yet.
back on!
Oh god! Anyways, no more stimulus check, ladies and gentlemen. We found the vaccine. Fuck me. Well, that's it. Those credits are gonna roll, huh?
It faded to black.
Yep.
Juan Jianmi.
I'm fucking enraged that he didn't fly again. What the fuck was the point?
At Gen X Ben!
I've never seen a movie where they at their Twitter in the credits. That's fucking amazing. I'm so angry. I'm so mad. Why did he fly? What? Did the screenwriter have a fucking concussion halfway through writing this or something?
He forgot.
He just forgot that the hedgehog flies. He forgot. What the fuck?
I watched so many movies just now.
This is 17 movies in one and none of them are good, and that somehow makes it great. I almost threw up just now, no joke. It's either the coffee I've been drinking or the movie, so. It was like 5 different parts of the company. It was like they had to make a movie in 2 months. So they just had like 5 teams make different parts of the movie. And they were like, God, I hope this all makes sense when we put it together. Oh my God, look at all these images. I hope there's Bobby the Hedgehog merch. I hope I can buy a Bobby the Hedgehog fucking Funko Pop. Put it on my goddamn desk with my Bobby the Hedgehog plushie. Gotta get the keychain. A big thanks to everyone who helped me make this video, from my guest editor to people who suggested topics, and to our guest commentators, all of whom you can find in the description box down below. But a very big special thanks goes out to NordVPN, the sponsor of this video. NordVPN is of course the fantastic service that allows you to cloak your location by connecting to virtual servers all around the country, securing your data while also allowing you to unlock region exclusives on websites like Netflix and even YouTube. And now is a great time to get locked in, because if you go to that link down in the description or nordvpn.com/Quinton right now, you'll be able to get 68% off of a 2-year plan plus 4 months free. Nord also offers a full refund within your first 30 days if you're not happy, so this is really a risk-free purchase and a great deal for the holidays. Once again, that link is nordvpn.com/QUINTON. Go check it out now and give them some love for supporting the channel. Can I show you something, by the way?
No.
Real quick. Do you want to see the little drawing I had made for my character for this video?
Yeah, sure. You know, it's a little derivative, but you know what? I like it. It's got a nice silhouette. It's a nice pose, easy to rig, recognizable branding, the glasses, the Garfield shirt. Definitely looks like you. I don't know if you should take that as a compliment or not.
Be sure to check out some other videos on your screen right now, or the complete Knockoff November playlist to see the saga from the beginning. We have one more very special Knockoff November episode coming this month, and I don't want you guys to miss it, so be sure to also hit subscribe so you won't miss that. With that, I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you need. Gotta go fast.
Heathcliff? Oh, Heathcliff.
2.5 years ago, I released a miniature retrospective about Garfield the cat, one of my favorite characters growing up, who is now looked at as something peculiar by most people. Since then, I have continued to release other videos about niche topics in the Garfield iceberg, from movie adaptations to lost media. But there's one specific angle that I've never really tried to tackle before, mostly because it really isn't about Garfield at all. You see, for every action, there must be a reaction. For every yin, there has to be a yang. For every good, there must be evil. And for every Garfield, there is Heathcliff. Yes, these two cankerous orange cats are constantly cursed to tango in the public discourse. Like Batman and Superman, Mario and Sonic, and Dennis the Menace and Dennis the Menace. There's always been this lingering question in the air. Who is the superior tabby? The lasagna lover from Muncie? Or the other one? What's his deal? You see, Heathcliff has become rather infamous recently for having comics which literally do not make sense. Take this one for instance. Heathcliff is wearing a helmet that says ham, and the guy at the counter says, "Don't order ham." Okay? Then we have these two comics where Heathcliff is wearing a hat that says gravy on Thanksgiving. Okay, so in the Heathcliff universe, you wear helmets for what food you like. Alright, weird joke. But then look at this. In this comic, Heathcliff is wearing a helmet that says dirt. Does Heathcliff eat dirt? And then in this one, everyone is wearing helmets that say family. What do the helmets mean? There's a lot of jokes like that in modern Heathcliff, like visual gags that go unexplained, perhaps visual puns that you spend half an hour trying to figure out that might not even be there. And perhaps there is no more a perplexing example of this in the Heathcliff lore than Garbage Ape.
Cats rejoice at the Garbage Ape's approach. He loves a visit from the Garbage Ape. They like the Garbage Ape. Be of good cheer, it's the Garbage Ape. The Garbage Ape's work is done here. I wonder if it's garbage flavored.
I can't lie to you guys and tell you that I understand Garbage Ape in any particular meaning. He is an enigma, a parody of the idea of a joke making sense. But god damn it, do I love Garbage Ape. And if anything has inspired me to make this video, it's this specific character. And that's why today we're going to be taking a Quinton leap back into the history of America's 5th favorite cat. But first, I want to pose a question. Have you ever had this problem? You want to check out that new book that you've heard so much about. You really do, but you just don't have the time because the quarantine has stopped you from going out to a store and getting a new pair of reading glasses. And you would switch to audiobooks, you know you would, but you just can't find a good pair of earbuds that maintain premium quality but at nearly half of premium price. And furthermore, you're so stressed about the worry about if the CIA is secretly spying on you, and you wonder, how can I possibly keep my data secure? This video is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. Raid Shadow Legends is the greatest free-to-play fantasy RPG to come out in the last 45 years, and boy howdy am I excited by it. Now, why do I love Raid Shadow Legends? Well boy, I just wish I had a series of pre-rendered graphics to show you why it's great.
It's one game. The game is Raid Shadow Legends, but there's 2 ways to play, on mobile and on desktop, and 10 challenging dungeons with different enemies to fight and battle. This is my favorite one. 12 campaign locations across the map, 13 powerful factions to join and discover, like elves, and 460 unique champions, and 200,000 active clans to join, and 25 million players, and unlimited customization and endless strategies on how to play Raid Shadow. The video's over.
Today is officially the 320th day in a row that I have been playing Raid Shadow Legends. I've gotten all my original champions and a couple others all the way up to level 60, and I'm training others to try and improve my team. And there has never been a better time to start playing Raid because the latest patch has added in the Doom Tower. It's just a giant tower with 120 floors, a bunch of secret challenge rooms, and 12 seriously badass bosses to take on. Sorry for cursing, my fellow Christian gamers, I'm just really excited. And if you want to get a huge head start in Raid, all you have to do is go hit the link in the description down below to get a free Void Champion, an XP booster, 50 gems, some refill energy, and even an Ancient Shard as soon as you get in the game. If you sign up now, you'll also be able to get the free champion Bulwark, but you'll only be able to find these gifts in your inbox for the first 30 days. So act now and get on board with the epicness of Raid Shadow Legends. Also, don't forget to go down to the description and hit subscribe if you haven't yet. Just make sure you're subscribed. It means a lot, and if we can get to 400,000 subscribers by December 25th, then I'm going to do a review of Game Shakers or Fallen Titans Clippy or whatever I said, you know? But anyways, let's get into this. George Gately was born on December the 21st, 1928 in Queens Village, New York. However, he primarily grew up in Bergenfield, New Jersey. Like Jim Davis, he found work at an advertising agency after graduating from college, but didn't find it creatively satisfying. So he began working on comics across the country. His early work includes Hapless Harry, about a large oaf who is subject to misfortune, and Hippie, a satire of hippie culture. But his most famous work would of course be An Orange Cat with Stripes. Heathcliffe first premiered on the 3rd of September 1973 in a small collection of newspapers across the United States. The first comic is strange and vague out of context, but throughout the next several weeks, the strip would begin to give some insight into the status quo of the world being presented. Heathcliff is owned by an elderly woman named Mrs. Nutmeg, who is one of the only characters in the series who seems to generally approve of him. Her husband, Mr. Nutmeg, is usually depicted being quite fed up with his antics and very willing to get rid of him.
You say you found a large, striped, cantankerous tomcat. Finders keepers?
Heathcliff was born in an alleyway before being rescued by his current owners, leading him to have quite a tough exterior but with a spoiled nature. The Nutmegs are also trying to raise their apparently orphaned grandson, Iggy, who is another person that Heathcliff strongly identifies with. If I were to call Heathcliff a knockoff or derivative of any comic, I wouldn't choose Garfield, which of course wouldn't be created for 3 more years. But instead, the comic it was usually printed directly next to, The Family Circus. While a few comics in the first year did go for a multi-panel story, the comic quickly settled on a very cutesy, one-panel style, which you probably most quickly associate with the circus family. The kind of comic where you look at the art, read the caption, then look at the art again and go, oh, well that's not very funny. But I will admit that there is something subversive about many of these early comics just by virtue of them sometimes doing jokes that you wouldn't see in similar strips.
Greetings, Earthling.
The joke of the series is essentially that while this elderly woman sees Heathcliff as the comfort in her life and something truly special, he immediately becomes a total nuisance to everyone else, outright terrifying his neighborhood through his overt cattiness.
What happened to Heathcliff's scratching post?
Now quit that.
Battle stations!
We're missing a penguin.
It's a very peaceful neighborhood. With one exception.
He certainly has made a name for himself in this town.
God bless Grandma, God bless Grandpa, and God forgive Heathcliff.
Alongside terrorizing mailmen, milkmen, and dogs, Heathcliff also proves himself to be quite a playboy, with many early comics illustrating him romancing any female cat he meets, resulting in love triangle after love triangle. I cannot be any more clear that this is not an exaggeration. Heathcliff fucks. Several early comics feature images of Sonia, his main bee, giving birth to litters of tiny Heathcliffs, much to the annoyance of Sonia's owner, who also hates the orange cat with a passion. I will say that there are far too many middle-aged, mustachioed guys to get angry at Heathcliff. It's like completely pointless trying to keep track of them because they're all the same. I still, however, have not touched upon my favorite aspect of early Heathcliff comics, and I once again cannot clarify enough that I am not exaggerating when I say this. Heathcliff hates cops. This isn't something that happens once or twice or in like a multi-week arc. It's like a consistent joke that the author keeps pulling from time and time again. Heathcliff antagonizes members of the police force. He rips up police uniforms for fun. He singles out police dogs to bully on the street. And perhaps that character trait starts to make a little more sense when you consider his extended family. You see, as we find out in 1977, Heathcliff's father is currently incarcerated, or at least he's supposed to be. The implication of most of the comics with this character is that Heathcliff's father is supposed to be in prison, and he sometimes breaks out to see Heathcliff and then ends up going back. Which can we just analyze the implication of that being true? Because it seems like Heathcliff is wanted by the police all the time in his comics, constantly being wanted for theft or harassment, and every single time they capture Heathcliff, put him in a jail cell for a few hours, hold a little mock trial, and then just bring him back to Mrs. Nutmeg. But Heathcliff's dad? No. We're gonna take this goddamn cat off the streets, we're gonna put him in a tiny striped jumpsuit, and we're gonna put him in a maximum security prison. Think about how bad his crimes against humanity must be that that's the kind of treatment he gets. Keeping in mind that it's implied in numerous comics that Heathcliff himself has committed crimes much worse than just stealing fish.
Level with me, KC. I hear you guys nailed Mr. Big.
Thinking of expanding your territory again?
He walks slow when he's packing iron.
What about this $700 in your mattress?
By the late 1970s, Heathcliff was widespread enough in the newspaper industry that he started getting some other brand recognition. This is, for instance, when he first started getting a lot of merchandise. Now, I'm only bringing up Heathcliff merchandise to talk about the fact that it's really hard to find Heathcliff merchandise where he looks like Heathcliff. Look at this! Look at this! Look at this! Look, this is Heathcliff! But it was specifically in 1980 that Heathcliff made the bold transition to television with his TV show Heathcliff and Dingbat. Now I know what you're thinking. What the fuck is a dingbat? You see, back in the day, people figured that newspaper comics were not enough to adapt into a full 22-minute program, so most newspaper comic shows had like a second half that had nothing to do with the first. So in its first season, Heathcliff was packaged with Dingbat and the Creeps. Then the show became Heathcliff and Marmaduke. You get the idea.
To celebrate, let's all have chocolate creep pie!
Ah! Chocolate crepe pie! Oh no! You
You creeps! I told you never to show me food!
I think I made a blue.
Now, the most significant change that happened during the adaptation of Heathcliff from a comic strip to a TV show is that the titular character gained a voice, and specifically was voiced by legendary actor Mel Blanc.
You were observed robbing the fish market.
But I've been home all day. My horoscope said it would be dangerous to go out.
Yeah, well, I'm a Scorpio. We don't believe in astrology.
But look, I got innocence written all over me.
That's a likely story.
Boy, they sure don't make the jails like they used to.
I've seen a lot of people say that Heathcliff was Mel Blanc's last original voice role, which means it was the last voice he developed. He never played a character that he hadn't played before after that. This seems like it's probably definitely not true, because with a voice actor that prolific, you'd figure their last original voice would be like Smurf number 12, you know what I mean? Yeah, let's pretend it's true. Yeah, what a neat fact. It's really a shame that I don't have any positive thing to say about this performance, because in my humble opinion, I think giving Heathcliff a voice ruins the charm and the gimmick of his entire character. His comic works because he's a vague, chaotic force without motivation. Going out of your way to make him talk and shout and sing and talk about his feelings just feels like it's removing the very essence of the cattiness that was present in his persona. Like, I feel like the running joke of him secretly being a mobster is a lot less funny when you imagine that he talks like Meatwad. The 1980 show seems like it went over fine, but in 1984 he got a second show, and it seems like this is the one that really captivated the imagination of pop culture. The show was occasionally known as Heathcliff and the Cadillac Cats, and featured a really interesting take on that universe. Once again, to divide up the time slot, a new cast was introduced to the program who filled out the second half of the show, that being Cats and Company or the Cadillac Cats. These segments would be set in the same town as Heathcliff, and on some occasions Heathcliff and the gang would cross over for various mischief. Now here's where things get weird. It seems to me whenever you bring up Heathcliff to people, there's like a 50-50 chance the first thing they'll think of is the Cadillac Cats. And that's really strange because there's no other comic where that happens. When you bring up Garfield to someone, they don't go, "Hey, is that the show with the egg that walks on two legs?" No! They know Garfield for Garfield. But people seem to associate Heathcliff with this secondary piece of media that has nothing to do with the source material. Personally, I tried to watch some of it and I just don't get it. Maybe because I'm not a furry. I just don't get the clash in art style. I think it's really ugly. Like, some of the characters are like real cats. They're short and fat and chibi, and they look like animals. And then some of the cats in the show are 6 feet tall and they have muscles and pants. It just looks bad to me. Around this time, there was also a Marvel Comics adaptation that went on for a strangely high amount of issues, which stuck to the pre-existing canon of the comics and not the TV shows. Now, there's arguably a pretty clear reason why someone making a Heathcliff TV show would try pretty hard to make it not like the comics at all. And that's because there's one phenomenally obvious side of Heathcliff history which we haven't touched upon yet. And that is that in January 1976, in a bug-failed fueled stupor, Jim Davis first drew and then immediately premiered Garfield the Cat. Now, I imagine it's not hard to tell that from the beginning, these two characters didn't initially have a lot in common. Heathcliff was mute, Garfield talked to the audience. Heathcliff was orange with black stripes, and Garfield was stripeless in a black and white comic. Garfield had a fleshed out human cast who defined most of the early comics, and Heathcliff had a revolving door cast of humans so forgettable that I didn't even know there were humans in the comic until I started reading them. But within just a few years, everything changed. Suddenly, Heathcliff was talking, and Garfield was orange with black stripes. And while they both started out walking on all fours, they both then evolved to be exclusively bipedal. And you can very easily argue that Garfield either subconsciously or on purpose took inherent inspiration from Heathcliff. However, you can make the exact same argument in reverse. Here's my key piece of evidence for this. These are a series of books that were printed throughout the 1970s that featured Heathcliff comics. So you can see that they're all the same, they have a distinct style, they feature the Heathcliff stories, but they look like regular books. You can just put them on your shelf. But then, in 1980, the first Garfield book came out, and it looked like this. This was a design that Jim Davis came up with so he could print his comics as they were intended to be seen, from left to right. And these specific books were what made Garfield a household name, because they were much better designed than other similar books, they were very flashy, and most importantly, they made great gifts for kids. And 1 year later, Heathcliff began printing his books like this. Now, don't these just look like Garfield books? I mean, literally the whole joke of this book is that it's bragging about the fact that Heathcliff is technically more popular than Garfield. But you can understand why they would want to do this, because despite the fact that it made him second fiddle, Garfield most likely made Heathcliff a lot easier to sell, both to children and investors in shady boardroom meetings. And that's probably the reason he got a second show all of a sudden, and it's also probably the reason the second show is so weird and has nothing to do with the source material, because they were trying to make it less like Garfield, despite marketing it to be similar to Garfield. Does that make sense? I'm blowing steam, I often do. But throughout all of this, amazingly, from what I can tell, the Heathcliff comic just kept going along, and it didn't change at all. Heathcliff still didn't talk, he didn't get a new cast of wacky friends, it was just sort of the same shtick as the 1970s comics, but continuing on and on. In 2001, George Gately passed away, but his work was continued by his nephew, Peter Gallagher, who still draws the comic today. It remains a surreal and experimental comic, even if sometimes at the expense of not making sense. And if you want to know if I now understand Garbage Ape having gone through this voyage, the answer is no. Thank you for reminding me of my failures. But now that we're at the end here, what's my final judgment? What do I think of Heathcliff the cat? Well, I think people are going to be shocked to hear this, but I really like the character a lot. In fact, I've been studying the world and the character so long and thinking about all the nuanced details, all the moving parts, and I'm really in love. I mean, just all the details like his father being incarcerated and his owner not being fond of him. And I think I've come to the conclusion that Heathcliff is better than Garfield. Because Garfield is just so boring and repetitive. It's been the same thing for like 50 years. And I'm just tired of the incel adventures of John Arbuckle trying to get a date. And Heathcliff, meanwhile, he's avant-garde, he's mysterious, he's out there. He's so cool and he beats up cops. And in my humble opinion, that makes him leagues above his fat imitator. With that, I've been Quinton Reviews, and that's all you be. Hey Quinton, have you heard about the amazing new mobile app, Raid Shadow Legends? I'm getting my gun.
Thanks for watching this one, guys. Remember to hit subscribe to see that episode of Fallen Titans Clippy or whatever the fuck. And be sure to click one of these playlists or videos when they pop up at the end of the video. And as always, I've been Quinton Reviews.
Found it.
I gotta go.
Stand still, goddammit!
Hey Heathcliff, eat your heart out.
Hello everyone, and welcome to the intermission, 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 intermission. While recording that last bit, I realized something. I'm getting pretty tired of talking about things that aren't comics. So I did some research, trying to see if there's any Beverly Hillbillies comic series we haven't covered. And I found something very interesting. Now, if you're wondering why the set looks so strange, I have decided to resurrect one of my son's most obscure series. It's called Knockoff November, and it's where we basically try to look at bootleg and rip-off media. Traditionally, as you can guess, this series is released in December. In fact, my son often calls it Knockoff November in December. So you can consider this Knockoff November in December in April. The reason I'm bringing this show back is that I've discovered a Beverly Hillbillies knockoff comic that's pretty obscure. But to learn more about this, we have to jump back into the world of British comics.
While American and British culture are often perceived as having a very similar culture, there are small ways that the two nations are different. For instance, American humor tends to be far less subtle and sarcastic, while British people don't know how to say aluminum. Sometimes, Americans and Brits are unified at one point in history, then become disconnected. In the 1930s and 40s, both nations began printing a wider range of anthology comic books, which would include several stories with different protagonists. For instance, Action Comics #1 featured such iconic strips as The Adventures of Marco Polo, Tex Thompson, Chuck Dawson, Pep Morgan, Scoop Scanlon, Sticky Mitt Stimpson, and something called Superman. As of just 4 days ago, one copy of Action Comics #1 sold for $6 million, or $6 million in today's money. And I think we all know what makes this comic so valuable.
Sticky Mitt Stimpson collectors do not fool around.
In the UK, this trend was mirrored. One of the biggest comic publications across the pond was The Beano, which first premiered 31,299 days ago, on the 30th of July, 1938. The Beano also featured a wide array of variety stories, from Lord Snooty and his pals, to Big Ego, Rotten Ronnie, and Biffo the Bear. I made one of those up. Obviously, the trend here is that American readers preferred action and drama stories, especially superhero comics and westerns, while British readers tended to prefer repetitive Gag of the Week strips, featuring bubbly, friendly designs. But the biggest changes came in the 1960s, when American publishers started to trend away from anthology comics and towards standalone titles. So when you bought a comic with Superman on the cover, the entire thing would feature Superman, with no side stories about Scoop Scanlon and Sticky Mitt Stimpson.
Boo!
British comics were slow to pick up on this trend, even as they did evolve more toward action-oriented storytelling. You'll remember that every issue of TV Century 21 would feature short comics based on Thunderbirds, Supercar, Fireball XL5, and Doctor Who. Its spin-off, Lady Penelope, would then feature its menagerie tying the Beverly Hillbillies into an implied shared universe set in the 2060s. These publications would come and go, but the archetype of the anthology comic publication would live on.
This brings us to a very special comic that is the entire inspiration for this intermission, 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 intermission. Whoopee!
The first issue of Whoopee, which had a cover date of March the 9th, 1974, featured such iconic syndicated tales as Ship Cat, Snap Happy, Clever Dick and Dozy Mick, Toy Boy, and the Goon Platoon.
What?
This issue also came with a special prize, a squirt ring that you could fill up with water and squirt into people's faces.
I actually have the prize. So let's see if it works. It's got a little skull on it. That's cool. And we'll do that. And then I guess what you do is you, it doesn't really fit on my finger. I guess you'd put it on like that, and you'd put it like this. And then you'd, well, maybe I didn't get water in it. Hang on. This thing's probably, oh, there. It's definitely trying to do something. So then I guess you'd put it on your finger and have it in your hand like that. And then you'd, damn cheap register squirt ring. I primed enough master cylinders. I should be able to get this to work. And then you wear it and oh, see, it works. Out of everything that was included in this magazine, only one comic would prove so popular and beloved that it would last decades and become iconic to British readers. So if you're all ready, let's take a look at the ridiculous world of the Bumpkin Billionaires. The comic starts out on a beautiful country morning as the Bumpkin family rise from their bed. The group live a rural life of poverty, but seem very happy with things being that way. But that is soon disrupted.
Here we be, toasted mango wurzel with newly laid eggs.
Oh, we got a visitor. Ain't had one of them for 15 years since last Michaelmas.
Mr. C. Bumpkin, congratulations, sir. You've won the treble chance on the football pools.
Ugh!
All this money is yours. It's the most incredible win ever. You're billionaires.
Well, darn my old boots. All the money be bigger than my compost heap.
And if that looks like a lot of money, keep in mind that we're in the future. Current year, 2024. So 50 years ago, that pile of cash would be worth a whole lot more. The Bumpkins have no experience with money and decide they want to get rid of the pile as it's clogging up their living room. They go out on the town and try to find the best ways to rid themselves of this burden, buying ridiculous luxury items, including jewelry, several color televisions, and 2 washing machines. Finally, they buy a mansion, but shock the rich locals when they begin treating it like a barn. They use the TVs as chairs, and the washing machines to carry hay for the horses.
Oh no, those balmy Bumpkin Billionaires. Whatever will they get up to next?
In the second issue, we learn that Ma Bumpkin has purchased a pearl necklace to use as a clothing line, while Pa Bumpkin literally burns pound notes in his fireplace. Billy Bumpkin has purchased a horse, and he takes it to a local beauty salon for a makeover. But the horse is so shocked by her appearance that she goes totally wild. In the end, the horse somehow races onto a pony track by accident, and then wins. Billy returns home with his tail between his legs.
I'll be ever so sorry, Pa, but I've been and done something real naughty.
What be that, Billy? Come on now. Hold up, lad.
I've won £500,000 on the Great National, Pa.
What? Of all the silly things to do. As if we hadn't got enough of that money stuff cluttering up the place already. Oh, there'll be no supper for thee tonight.
Hey, what am I going to be a-doing with these extra pound notes? Wonder if the dustman would take them away.
I'll try not to do it again, Pa.
The big question of the hour is this. Is the Bumpkin Billionaires a Beverly Hillbillies parody or a Beverly Hillbillies knockoff? I think we can get into that a little further in the review. But I will say that it's not a good sign that the third Bumpkin comic introduces a hillbilly misunderstanding about the family swimming pool.
Yippee! An extra big sink, so I'll only have to do the washing up once a month. Thanks, Pa. That was thoughtful.
Gibber, did you hear that, Cynthia?
One of the most important comics in the series was printed on the 29th of June, 1974, as this would almost act as a soft reboot, indicating where the characters were going. The comic starts with each of the Bumpkins reflecting on ways their lives have gotten worse since they became wealthy. Billy Bumpkin has too much pocket money to fit in his trousers. Pa Bumpkin always walks because he can't choose between all of his expensive cars. Daisy Bumpkin has too many toys and sweets to actually enjoy them. And Ma Bumpkin has run out of things to do now that her servants take care of everything. And so, Pa Bumpkin makes a declaration.
There's only one thing to do, family. We've got to become poor again.
First, the family go to a circus where an unwilling daredevil is meant to jump into a swimming pool filled with alligators. The Bumpkins throw huge wads of cash so they'll get eaten by the gators, causing the daredevil to jump in after all. So the ringmaster gives them a bunch of money. Next, the family decide to just bury their wealth. So they go out in the middle of nowhere and start digging. And you'll never guess what happens. They strike oil.
Black gold, Texas tea.
An oil tycoon immediately appears and gives them a down payment for the land, announcing that it will make them rich beyond their dreams. So in trying to get rid of their billions, they make more billions. This is the main gimmick that the Bumpkin Billionaires would become known for. The Bumpkins hate money, hate their lifestyles, and they only want to get rid of it all and go back to living in beautiful squalor. But the more they try to get rid of it all, the more money they make. If the family try to throw their gold bars into the ocean, this will cause a diver to discover a wrecked Spanish ship filled with treasures. If the family buys a failing film studio and sabotage a Western film, the recording will be sold as a comedy, and the family will become rich and famous. If someone tries to rob them, the Bumpkins will hand over millions of pounds, but this will somehow lead to the thieves getting caught, causing the family to get the reward money. This one happens like 50 times. Things get so bad that in one 1974 comic, the Bumpkins reveal that they are so rich they are homeless, as their house is so filled with bags upon bags of money that they can't even get inside. Obviously, they don't stick with this, but the mansion is consistently depicted as being filled with the clutter of endless piles of money. A running joke is that the family consider if they should just send a bunch of the money off to fans reading Whoopi, but they always decide that this would be an unwanted burden.
No, we'd better not. I mean, look at the trouble it's caused us. It would be a cruel thing to do, sending them that money.
Downright nasty, Pa.
Agreed. We mustn't do it.
I think you can clearly make the case that in the early run, the Bumpkin Billionaires has a bit of an identity crisis, as the comic isn't sure if the Bumpkins should misuse their wealth, have fun and exciting lives because of their wealth, or actively try to get rid of it all. Often, the family do jokes and stories that feel lifted right out of the Henningverse. In a story from late April 1974, the Bumpkins have a housewarming party where their fellow elite members of high society are shocked to find barn animals in the living room and a bird tending to a nest in the chandelier. The family buys a helicopter to hang laundry on its blades, use pound notes as wallpaper, a harp as a potato cutter, expensive pianos and bags of money as firewood, and the actual Mona Lisa as a tea tray, although maybe it's just one of the 5 extra copies Da Vinci also painted. It's also very common for con men to enter the Bumpkins' lives in an attempt to defraud them, only for the family to unknowingly foil their scheme. But the most egregious case study is issue 11, where we see the Bumpkins trying to save money by planting cornflakes in their backyard, hoping to harvest a full crop next year. They then become enraged when a flock of crows eats everything they planted. This one feels right out of an ad from season 1. You could replace everyone's names, and this would work as a Beverly Hillbillies comic. One big contradiction in the comic is that while the Bumpkins are shown to hate money, they love possessions. A lot of the comics that aren't about the family trying to get rid of their fortune will show them experiencing a problem, solving it with money, and then going about their lives. In issue 33, Billy and Daisy encounter two bullies who wrecked their handmade sailboat toy. So they buy military-grade sea vessels and terrorize the boys as revenge.
Oh, no. They've got a submarine after us. I give up.
That nuclear-powered Polaris submarine we bought for £1.5 million really showed them, Billy.
Now we can get back to playing with our own little boat. We be simple kids at heart.
They love buying nice cars and clothes and priceless art. Sure, they use it all in dumb ways, but shopping is one of their favorite pastimes. In one comic, we see the Bumpkins meet the Lord Mayor of London, who takes them on a tour of London's most famous sights, with the family buying everything they see.
There. Isn't that a magnificent sight?
Car! I wonders how much they wants for it.
Your son's a proper little joker. They'd want at least £20 million.
Wow, is that all? Here, mate. I always wanted my own canoe.
Cool. Big Ben. I could take that back home as a souvenir. Will that be enough to cover it?
Gah, our precious heritage.
It was obvious by now that the comic needed something to set it apart from its televised doppelganger, and so the writers introduced a brand new recurring character, the bank manager. This character will attempt to intervene in the family's various schemes, trying to increase their wealth because it will be better for his bank. In his first appearance from the 1st of February, 1975, the Bumpkins buy an old train line, and the bank manager tries to trick them into giving it up.
How do I make them understand? They don't care about losing their money, but my bank does. You realize, of course, that this line makes a huge profit each year.
We bain't wanting more of that money stuff. We got more than we need already. Thanks for warning us. Looks like there be only one thing to do.
Sell up?
No. Get rid of this here coal.
Then fill her up with this stuff. But not every detail of the comics is identical to the Hillbillies. For instance, Billy and Daisy are little kids and siblings, and Ma and Pa are their parents. They also don't have a dog, but instead a pig that they keep in the house and treat like a dog.
Wow, that's a great idea. I wonder how they came up with that.
As a bit of a subversion, a lot of these comics characterize Pa Bumpkin as being illogically scrupulous. In issue 34, Billy complains that despite them being rich, Pa Bumpkin hasn't paid for their house to have running water yet. So Pa Bumpkin buys an endangered whale, has it carted to the front of their house in a big tank on wheels, and has it splash water onto his son, only for it to turn out to be salt water. In issue 30, the family are freezing in their home because Pa Bumpkin thinks that electric heating systems are too expensive. They get a fire going, but it's weak, so they pay a passing marching band to blow air onto the fire. But then it gets too strong, and their mansion starts to burn down, so they buy an elephant from a passing circus and have it blow out the flames. But then the elephant goes wild, and Paul hires a group of military men to attack it, but the resulting conflict is so heated that the house is blasted off its foundation, flies across the country, and lands on a volcano in Italy. Pa offers to buy the volcano, and the family celebrates that it's finally warm in their house. So to give the comic credit, the Beverly Hillbillies would never do a story like this, partially because the Beverly Hillbillies is funny. In issue 51, Billy Bumpkin's radio is destroyed by the Bumpkin Billy Goat. The family go out to buy a replacement and end up buying a radio telescope. Soon enough, the family receive transmissions asking for permission to land, and they make direct contact with aliens.
Greetings, Earthlings. We come to visit you from distant Saturn.
Saturn? Where on earth be that then? The aliens bring gifts, boxes and boxes of gold dust. The family reject these gifts and try to return the favor with their own gifts of gold bars. The aliens flee, and we find out why.
Ah, they're no fools, these Earthlings.
They know rubbish when they see it. We'll have to find another planet to dump this stuff on.
Ha! Pesky gold dust gets everywhere.
So I'm going to make a list of things that exist in the Bumpkin Billionaires universe, and we're going to start out with aliens from Saturn? And while we're at that, add Santa Claus too, because in the 1975 Christmas issue, Santa comes to take all of the family's gifts away, much to their joy. Technology is also advanced enough that some thieves build robot duplicates of the Bumpkins and send them around to buy expensive jewels. The family finds out and is enraged, not because someone's stolen from them, but because they don't want a reputation for buying expensive things, even though they do that all the time. So they beat these robots to death and are given a reward for helping catch the bad guys. Now at this point, the Whoopi comic had introduced many other comics that had become a staple to readers, some of which were inherited from other comics. Daisy Jones' Locket is about a girl who has a genie. Frankenstein is about a monster created by a scientist who has turned out to be very clumsy. Creepy Car is about the ghost of a car that was alive but is now dead and just wants to find peace.
Run, James! It's Christine!
And finally, Sweeney Toddler is about a baby who kills people and cooks them into pies. I assume. You've probably noticed that a lot of these are based on puns or rhymes. This is a big trend with these comics. Super Mum, Thumpty Dumpty, Willy Worry. I could go on all day. The worst of these is probably this one. And I won't say the title. It's just alarming that they went out of their way to work two racial slurs into the title. Not to mention that this ghost has an aesthetic that is very
distinctly Klansman.
Oh, thanks, Wyatt. That's exactly what I was trying to say. Like most comics of the time, Whoopi would also feature letters to the editor in the back of every issue. But one interesting thing is that sometimes the letters would be written by characters in the comics. This includes a few written by Paul Bumpkin himself. So I guess Paul knows how to write. Or maybe he had someone with a shorthand dictate for him. One thing that early Whoopi issues do that is very charming is that they have a regular comic called Kid Cartoonist, which is always a strip sent in by readers of the comic. So here's a strip drawn by Julie Deegan.
Peter Pickle. Hi, I'm Peter Pickle. Peter's just come out of school.
Can you play today?
Yeah, of course. Anything to get out of homework. Next day at school.
Who didn't finish their homework?
Oh dear. Poor Peter. Yow. Home. Later.
Can you play?
No. Still can't do the sum. School.
Come here, Peter.
Gosh. You can guess what happened. I can't even sit down. Thank goodness, I haven't got any homework today. Huh. Mum gave me some homework.
Here's a fun fact about this one. This issue is dated to the 6th of April, 1974. This means that as of 2 days ago, the Peter Pickle franchise is 50 years old. It's crazy how time flies. Sometimes it feels like yesterday that I became a member of the Peter Pickle posse. But I just looked it up and it turns out that it was still today. But out of all these comics, the Bumpkin Billionaires seemed to be the breakout hit of Whoopi, and the family even ended up on the cover page for some time in 1975. So as some more examples of their antics, in one story from August 1975, the family discovered that their house is drastically increasing in value as they own it, meaning when they sell, they'll make a massive profit. So they decide they need to give it and their entire fortune to someone in need. Meanwhile, we find out that there's another billionaire in an identical house who loves going out dressed as a tramp to see how the other side lives. The family see him asleep on a bench and decide to carry him into their house, where they pass all of their belongings onto him. But when the man awakes, he recognizes the act of charity and decides to pass it on to someone who needs it. Sure enough, he then finds the Bumpkins asleep out at a park, and he sneaks them into the house as a gift. The family wake up and assume the entire last day was just a dream. In another story, the Bumpkins are watching a James Bond movie when they see him use a gun to vaporize a robot. They go out and buy the real prop, which turns out to be fully functional, as it totally destroys all metal. So they go and exchange as much money as they can for metal coins. However, Ma Bumpkin tries to destroy a mirror, causing the beam to reflect at the gun itself. And of course, it's made of metal. I would add that one to the list, but I have no idea what to write. In the 1976 Whoopi Annual, Ma and Pa are forced to send Billy and Daisy to school after avoiding it for some period. There, the kids give so much money to their teachers that the entire staff quits. Daisy is asked to write out a sentence on a chalkboard, Bart Simpson style, as a punishment. But she buys a remote-controlled full-scale airplane instead to ride it in the sky. But then the airplane crashes into the school, causing an explosion. All the kids run away as the adults are left trapped in the rubble. Weeks later, the school is reopened, but is now built like a prison to keep the Bumpkins out. In the edition from the 27th of November, 1976, the family learn of a modern-day Robin Hood who is stealing from the rich to give to the poor. Pa Bumpkin disagrees with this, thinking it's cruel to the poor. They decide to one-up him at his own game, but get lost in the woods. But Robin Hood thinks they're poor and tries to give them money. The family runs in terror, and this leads to Robin Hood being arrested. And you guessed it, the family get offered reward money. In issue 57, the family gets jobs working at a bank and allow a robbery to take place, so the owner will sue them for all they're worth. They plead guilty to the judge, but when he starts reading out their net worth, it's such a big number that he gets exhausted reading out all the zeros as the paper unrolls and fills the courtroom. He eventually dismisses the case, much to the clan's annoyance. The narrator explains that the judge would never have finished, as the Bumpkins' net worth doubles every 2 minutes. This comic was released on the week of the 1-year anniversary of when Whoopi started. If we assume this trend has been consistent and that the family originally only won £4 billion, which I'm basing on the fact that they're each billionaires individually, and given that 1975 wasn't a leap year, that's roughly 525,600 minutes.
This would mean their net worth would be £2,102,400,000,000. Today, that would be £2,556,407,560,000 or $3,313,018,046,830. But if that rate had continued every day from the 9th of March 1974 to this exact moment, that would be roughly 1,580,511,600 seconds, or 9,322,400,400,000,000 pounds. And in freedom units, that would be 8,000,000,858,384,288,175,104. And just imagine that, being that rich, you could call yourself Quinton Reviews.
Of course, it's worth noting that the £2 trillion estimate I gave a moment ago is certainly wrong, as we see that the paper listing their net worth unravels all over the room. It would be impossible to get an actual specific number based on these panels. So instead, let's compare them to someone else. Scrooge McDuck is often cited as the most wealthy fictional character of all time, but his net worth has been very inconsistent over his many stories. In The Magic Hourglass, Scrooge complains that if he keeps losing $1 billion per minute, he'll be broke within 600 years. 600 years would be 315,576,000 minutes. This implies that Scrooge's net worth would be around $315,576,000,000,000,000. So imagine 316 with 15 zeros after it. The DuckTales cartoon from 2017 claimed that McDuck's net worth was 600 septillion. That's 600 followed by 42 zeros. In the main human mystery, his net worth is listed as 500 quat2 AVGN dollars. That's 500 followed by 75 zeros. That's a lot of money, especially considering that the GDP of our world is 106.2 trillion. A trillion being 9 zeros. But legal documents are usually written around size 12 font, and even the biggest of those estimates don't fill up 4 lines of text on a Google Doc. In fact, it takes 2,400 digits to fill up 1 page, with commas included. So if your net worth went past a regular piece of paper, you probably would be at least an octogentillionaire, which would be 2,403 zeros. If we assume that it would take at least 50 pages to replicate this frame of the courtroom, then there would be 119,000 zeros in the family's net worth. That is a whole lot more than any of the specific numbers given for Scrooge. Of course, many DuckTales stories give made-up numbers for his wealth, saying he is a multiplu-gillionaire, a fantastica trillionaire, or an impossible-dillionaire. So maybe those numbers have millions of zeros. We don't know. But still, I think with this one comic, the Bumpkins put up a serious battle for the title of most wealthy fictional characters. It's no wonder why many issues of the comic at this point will show the characters being stalked by in-the-know British civilians, hoping to get money for nothing.
And their checks for free. Oh, excuse me, I should get that. Ahoy hoy!
Hi, Russ. This is Linkara.
Really? Wow, I'm a big fan. Can you review my lamp?
There's no time for that right now. Listen, Russ, you're in big trouble. You're caught in some kind of intermission polar vortex. You can't just do that, Russ. If you keep starting segments without finishing them, you're gonna destabilize all reality. Don't ask me why it works that way. YouTube videos are weird.
Oh, geez, sorry. I didn't know about that.
Also, you traveled into the future, which is just confusing things even more.
I'm sorry, I was just trying to make a video for my son. I didn't mean to cause any trouble.
Well, it's all right, don't worry. We can still fix things as long as you and I work together to sort things out.
Well, I'm fine to do that. Just give me 1 minute. So Linkara and I need to sort out this whole destabilizing reality thing. So while we do that, why don't you go ahead and check out this intermission, 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 intermission. Hello? Hello? Huh. We must have gotten disconnected. Well, at least we can get back to our intermission, 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 where we have been talking about the Bumpkin Billionaires.
There's a lot of comics in this series that are pretty identical to ones we've already looked at, so I think it's best that we skip around a little and just tackle the unique ones. In a comic from the 20th of August, 1977, the Bumpkins are seen window shopping when they decide to buy a jar for the house.
What do you say to £15 this very fine jar, sir?
I say no deal. I'm offering you 1,500 for it.
I accept! I accept!
So real quick, is that joke funny to you? Because they do that exact setup and punchline pretty much every other week. The family goes home and opens a jar, which releases a genie, meaning we have to update that list again. The genie says he's been trapped in a jar for 1,000 years and offers Pa Bumpkin 3 wishes. For his first, he wishes that all of the family's money was gone, and for the second, he wishes they were in their shack back home. They decide to save their third wish and live happily in poverty for a few days. It is then that they are visited by their old bank manager.
Without your money, the bank will go broke. I'll lose my job. No, no.
I sure be sorry, like, but what do you expect me to do? Wish we had all our money back, like?
Poof! I heard that.
And so everything goes back to normal. In the following story, the Bumpkins learn from other rich folk that the best way to waste money is to hire staff. So they decide to hire someone who can be paid as much as possible, and Billy Bumpkin notes that nobody is paid more than the king and queen. So they go out and find a man and a woman claiming to be the royalty from the nation of Idolovia. The family blindly believes them and invites them into their home, where they are paid a massive allowance.
You're paying us very well, but we don't seem to be doing anything to earn our money.
Don't you worry about that. Just you be kingly and queenly. Buy yachts and castles and stuff like that.
I do enjoy a little social commentary in my Beverly Hillbillies ripoffs. Eventually, the Prime Minister of Idolovia learns of the royals' whereabouts, and as he rescues them in a helicopter, they drop millions of pounds on the family as a reward. In the following story, Pa Bumpkin buys a pet dinosaur. Don't know what to say about that one. Dinosaurs didn't go extinct in Bumpkinville, I guess. Also, yes, the city they're in is named Bumpkinville. I don't know if that's a coincidence or if they changed the name. It would make sense, as it seems like most of the city's economy is built around this one family's antics. By this point, the most common recurring character is easily the bank manager. He often struggles with the family's expectations, and he foils their schemes by finding ways to turn their losses into gains. The family are often furious at him, and in one comic from October 1977, Pa Bumpkin decides to give him the ultimate punishment.
We've decided to give all our money away to someone who deserves it.
Ugh, you can't. You mustn't.
We are. Here. I'm signing it all over to you.
Me? In that case, you can. You can!
Ecstatic to be a billionaire after so much hard work, the bank manager puts his house up for sale, trashes his expensive car, and quits his job. However, Ma Bumpkin thinks Pa has been too hard on the bank manager, so Pa decides to retract his offer, as they don't want him to be as miserable as they are.
I'll get you back for this. I'm going to earn you more interest than ever from now on.
Pa, there's gratitude for you. Turns out you were too soft with him, Pa.
In March 1978, Ma Bumpkin is seen trying to get her driver's license. She has failed the test several times, costing the family a fortune, and Pa Bumpkin wants to keep things this way. So the family decide to sabotage her latest test by hiding obstacles in her way and sending her down dangerous roads. However, the instructor notes that she reacted quickly and cleanly, so he passes her. Pa Bumpkin is heartbroken until his kids say that there's another way he can waste money through his wife's driving.
These are for you, dear. One for every day of the week.
I say, thanks, Pa.
Ma's been through that lot already.
Ho, what did we tell you?
Women drivers. Marvellous.
Ha ha! Misogamy. In June 1978, the family see a small indie film called Star Wars, and this gives them a clever idea.
Great film, that.
Yeah, brilliant. I wish we could send all our money into space. That would get rid of it once and for all.
That's it. That's exactly what we'll do.
So the family break into a space research center and fill one of the rockets with their money before shooting it into space. In the depths of space, this rocket is intercepted and destroyed by an alien race, but not the same race we saw from Saturn. The aliens grow angry to see Earth paper littering their space and decide to send some of their own worthless garbage back. This alien shuttle crash lands in front of the Bumpkins, and we find out that the aliens' useless trash is huge chunks of gold. So that's another alien race that considers gold junk, but a different group of aliens, so they need to be listed on their own. The setup of the Bumpkins buying, building, or paying for a rocket is one that the comic revisits often. In another story, the rocket instead causes a solid gold asteroid to fall at the Bumpkins' feet. In yet another, this rocket fails and crashes directly into their bank.
Ugh. Next time you wish to deposit some money, kindly do it in the normal way.
Ick! Right into our bank.
Groan. What a nightmare!
Another time, it crash lands in front of their mansion, again returning to them their fortune. In another, it crashes into a mountain, revealing a hidden pile of gold. And in yet another story, the Bumpkins get so tired of making money on Earth that they decide to move somewhere else. So they build an expensive rocket and shoot off into space. They crash land on the moon with no return plan. But they strike oil, and the black gold shoots them back to Earth, along with enough Texas tea to recoup their losses.
One of the most notable issues of the Bumpkin Billionaires was included in the Whoopi issue with the cover date of the 7th of October, 1978. This story was not just a regular 2 to 3 pages. Instead, it was 8 pages long. Although in actuality, for every page in the comic, there would be 2 pages of the Bumpkin story. So you were supposed to cut these out and make a little zine. Now, full disclosure, I don't actually have this story physically. But despite that, I have this. It's a nice little bootleg, and you put it together and you cut it out here and you staple it together, and we can enjoy the Bumpkin Billionaires Time Travelers.
At the start of the story, the Bumpkins complain that they still have all their money, despite trying everything they can think of to become poor. But soon, Billy Bumpkin thinks of a new plan.
Hey, look what it says in the paper. A bloke's invented a time machine.
So what, Billy?
Don't you see? We'll hire this machine and use it to dump all our money in another age.
Of course!
Good idea!
Excuse me, mister. How much must we pay to take a ride in that there machine of yours?
This machine is for science. I'm not interested in money.
We'll pay you £10,000 an hour.
Suddenly, I'm interested in money.
So the Bumpkins entered the time machine to begin their excellent adventure. They first land in prehistoric times, where they see a caveman and a cave lady being driven from a cave by a large bear. So the Bumpkins build them a new house out of gold bars. Next, the family lands in a medieval castle under siege, and it's explained that the knights have run out of cannonballs. So Paul begins shooting bags of money, defeating the invading forces. Brings new meaning to the phrase, throw money at the problem. As they exit the time ship at their third location, Paul complains that he feels wobbly. He probably feels wibbly as well. The family discovers that they're on a ship that has lost its sail, meaning it has no way to finish its journey. So Ma Bumpkin stitches them a new sail out of pound notes. Finally, the Bumpkins land in the distant future, where they discover that robots have been long invented, but that they've all run out of energy. Future robots are powered by carbon crystals, and the Earth's supply has been depleted. The Bumpkins happily share their collection of diamonds, which is enough to revive the robots for 100 years. The family leaps back to 1978, where they relax at home, knowing there is no way that all of their money will get back to them. But then, they get a knock at the door.
We want your story. You're the first people ever to travel through time.
I'll pay $1 million for the TV rights.
$5 million for film rights.
I'll pay $500,000 for the newspaper rights.
Anything you like for the book.
How?
Sob.
I'm a little disappointed by this ending. I was hoping we'd find out that the Bumpkins had massively changed history and were now worshipped in the present day like royalty. Imagine ancient cave drawings depicting the Bumpkins as gods. Something like Blackadder back and forth. However, there is one thing I like. It is a pretty accurate depiction of time travel. It does make you a little dizzy. Also, I guess we should add 1970s time travel to the list of things that exist in the Bumpkinverse. Or am I still calling the Henningverse that sometimes? I don't know. I never decided.
In a story from April 1979, the Bumpkins learn that a massive ape is attacking a U.S. city, so they decide to buy an expensive private jet and fly it directly into a building on the New York City skyline. Luckily, the ape is there and trashes the plane, much to the joy of the Bumpkins, who have parachuted to safety. Then they go around the city buying up everything they can, from buildings to bridges to cars, right before the ape destroys it all. But when the ape nearly crushes Paul, he yells at it, and the ape runs away in embarrassment. The city declares that the family has saved the city and gives them a massive reward. As you've noticed, a lot of the weirder Bumpkin comics of this era were inspired by pop culture. The same can be said for the story included in the 1979 annual, which starts with the family watching The $6 Million Man, or $28.7 million in today's man's. So the family decide this is a great way to waste money. So they track down an inventor in the UK who is building a 4 million pound man who weighs about 18 stone. That's 19 million pounds and 19 stones in today's man. They tell their android to do nothing, but he ends up saving people and is given money as a reward. The family tell him off and the robot sulks until he is captured by an evil scientist named Dr. Strange Hate.
Oh, I get it. Like the Marvel character.
The Bumpkins decide to buy another robot, who ends up finding his brother, kicking Strange Hate's ass, and handing him over to the feds. The family are proud that the robots have saved the country, if not the world, but this turns to angst as they're giving a reward, a check for billions of pounds. In a story from June 1979, the family visit Loch Ness and come up with the ultimate scheme to lose money. They set up a competition to see if anyone can hit a golf ball across Loch Ness. Anyone who can do it will win 100,000 pounds, or 47,710 pounds in today's money. The catch is that the gold balls and drivers are made out of solid gold, so either way the family will lose a fortune. However, the gold balls attract Nessie herself, who finds them so delicious that she comes to the surface. Soon, the Bumpkins are handed a fortune by anyone who wants to see the creature in person. So that list of things that exist in this universe, I guess we need to add Bootleg King Kong, Bionic Men, and Nessie. With that, we leave the 1970s and enter the 1980s. In January 1980, the Bumpkins decide to hire a movers team to move their house, brick by brick, across their property for no reason. This cost millions, and they pay the workers triple bonuses. For once, the bank manager supports the scheme, but it's then that the Bumpkins find out why. It would seem the original owner of their mansion also hated his riches, so he built his house over Britain's only diamond mine. Now that it's uncovered, the family has another fortune to their name. In June 1980, we meet a brilliant but evil scientist named Bradley Push. Bradley has built a robot whose sole purpose is to steal the Bumpkins' money, and that design there looks a little familiar, don't you think? The robot begins sucking up all of the family's money, and they enable the behavior, but it eats too much and explodes. Luckily, the bank manager is there to retrieve every last cent from the incident. Months later, the family is visited by the recurring Professor Twit. I think he's supposed to also be the inventor of the time machine from before. The professor explains that he's trying to raise funds for his experimental laser guns. His first model shrinks things. The family immediately funds his studies in exchange for the gun, then head for the bank. They plan to shrink their fortune. The professor arrives and explains he gave them the wrong model. The one they have scans items and then duplicates them when fired again. So the Bumpkins' financial footprint is now twice as large, or 4 times as large, if we assume this comic takes place over the course of at least 2 minutes. In November of 1980, the family designs another rocket, but it crashes into the tire of a passing millionaire. They invite him into their home and stuff his tire with money, just enough to get home. And this plan works. They never get the money back. Sometimes good things happen to kind folk. Moving into the next year, the very first issue introduces a 2-page calendar with all of your favorite Whoopi characters, so you can always look at this and remember that it's current year 1981. And there are the Bumpkins, right above April. It's like they knew somehow. In a comic from February of that year, the Bumpkins' jalopy breaks down on the road, and it gets towed. A mechanic tells them that they'll have to have a new engine put in, and that old cars end up costing a fortune to keep running. They go back to their village where they started out, and they buy every old car they can think of. One is being used by a farmer as a chicken coop, one is found in a barn piled under hay, and one pulled from the bottom of a pond. They think these cars will cost them their entire fortune to repair, but as they drive back to their mansion, a car collector pulls them over and hands them a check for £100 million, or £373,560,000 in today's fake currency. In July of 1981, the Bumpkins ponder how much money they really have in their house. There are so many piles that they've lost track, so they decide to hire a mathematician to count everything up. They pay the man thousands a day, but constantly interrupt his work, so he has to restart. After several months, the man is finished, and the Bumpkins say he's owed everything in the house. It turns out it was just a bank manager in disguise, so they don't owe him anything. Now, as we enter 1982, there's a bit of an elephant in the room for us to tackle. As the Bumpkin Billionaires entered the 1980s, a watchful eye might notice that most, if not all, of their comic adventures became reruns. Instead of having new comics drawn every week, Whoopi would just reprint the best stories going back to 1974. Now, it's very easy to look at this from the perspective of current year 2024. Yes, it's sad to see old comics being recycled. For us. But someone who was reading Whoopi in 1979 wasn't very likely to still be reading in 1984. So it made sense to reuse some old material. Now, in spite of owning a lot of these comics, I don't own them all. So sometimes it's hard to tell if something is brand new or if it's a reprint from an issue I'm missing. However, it's very obvious that not every Bumpkin comic from the 80s was a reprint, because every once in a while, if you pay attention, new comics will be printed a few weeks a year. These often feature very contemporary references.
Look at it! Millions of pounds of horrible, horrible money!
Suppose he could always pay the phone bill, Pa. That would get rid of £62.50 o' it.
See, I have no idea how to say that.
Eh? Yippee! That'll be it. Phone calls can be proper expensive these days. If we makes long-distance ones like.
White House, US President speaking.
How do, lad? Just thought you'd like to know what the weather be like in Britain. It'd be a bit windy and it rained most of the morning and we all had tomato soup for dinner.
In June of 1983, the Bumpkins decide they need a hobby, so they join a craft class. Here, they are taught paper mache, and they quickly come up with the idea of using money as paper. But this isn't wasteful enough, so they decide to build a gigantic sculpture of Pa Bumpkin out of pound note paper mache. However, the green giant becomes a tourist attraction, and when their entrepreneur cousin opens a Bumpkin burger under it, they recoup all losses. In August of that year, the bank manager is shocked when visiting the Bumpkins to find a criminal casually walking away with their money. The Bumpkins have accidentally left the money room window wide open. The bank manager says that the Bumpkins need a guard dog, but Pa thinks of one better. They need a Mongolian dragon. He, of course, wants a dragon because it'll be a fortune to find one and bring it back to the mansion. They find one eventually, and when they bring it home, it sets fire to all their money. The bank manager then repossesses the dragon and uses it to provide heating to the wealthy district of Bumpkinville, and thus the family has made their fortune back. A few weeks later, the Bumpkins try to get rid of their money in numerous ways. First, they dump it in a public park, but get shouted at for littering. Next, they carry their money up a massive mountain, only to get called out by a mountain climber. So they decide to take the money to the most remote place on Earth, the middle of the Sahara Desert, where there is no chance of any human soul finding their money. Just then, a UFO flies down from space.
Earthlings, bleep. Drop something, bleep.
Gurgle, it bain't no use. It bain't no use!
So let's go ahead and add to our little list E.T. the Extraterrestrial, Dragons, and Reaganomics. These new comics only supplement the reruns, and there are some years where no new material is printed. One place you could still find regular original stories were the annual publications. The 1983 Whoopi Annual has a very cute story where the bank manager dresses up as a train robber, a supervillain, and then a monster. All three characters pretend to steal the family's money. This is his gift to them, as he wants them to enjoy having an impoverished Christmas. He ends up getting caught, but the family still appreciate his gift.
You know, it don't matter too much whether you be rich or poor at Christmas, just so long as you have friends.
I'll bring your money back tomorrow.
Now, 1985 would be a big turning point for Whoopi Comics, as this would be the year that the comic ended. So you'd think that this would mean the end of our story, right? Well, not quite. Because Whoopi wasn't the only variety gag comic on the market in the UK. And when one comic ended, it was common for another to absorb it. Another magazine at the time was called Whizzer and Chips. In April 1985, Whizzer and Chips combined with Whoopi, inheriting its comics and characters. Obviously, there was not enough room for every series to survive, but the Bumpkins were one of the lucky few. The first comic printed in Whizzer and Chips retold the backstory of the characters. This version was similar to the original, but more quick to introduce the family's hatred of money and wealth. Pa Bumpkin enters the Burwood pools, hoping to win enough to fix his fence, but he actually won a record amount, 100 trillion pounds, or 919 trillion pounds today, which would be 1 quadrillion, 186 trillion in today's USD. Bumpkin refuses a check as he has no idea how to use one, and instead is delivered all the money in person. The family then buys a mansion, but only so they have somewhere to put the money. They intend to keep living in their old village until a storm destroys their old homestead. They move into the mansion, and a passing bank manager offers to take all their money from them. They excitedly agree, only for him to then say that he'll invest it all to double and triple their pile.
Some more profits. I wish you would let us invest this too.
No! We gotta try to get rid of it. There'd be far too much grown. Oh!
This is obviously a more on-brand retelling, as it took more than a year for the comic to originally get to this status quo. Whizzer would then continue with regular reprints of old comics, but these were heavily truants to fit on one page. Sometimes the comics are even censored or rewritten. One exception to this was October 1985, when the comic reprinted the famous time travel zine without alterations. By the end of the year, it would seem that new comics started to be drawn again as modern references began to appear. For instance, take this 1985 comic where the Bumpkin Kids go to see the movie Ratbo 2, a parody of Rambo 2. Not to mention this comic about the family being inspired by MTV.
It says here that Dire Straits' new pop video cost £1 million to make.
$1 million, eh? Hey, why don't we?
First off, we've got to make a record.
So the family records a horrible song and an unwatchable music video, but the banker submits it to a funny movie show, and they win the cash prize. In February of that year, the family begins producing advertisements for something called Bonkus Burgers. These ads cost millions of dollars and create a frenzy for the food brand. But it's all made up. The Bumpkins made sure there was no real restaurant in the UK by that name and began promoting the burgers to waste cash. They soon get a call from an American company called Bonkus Burgers, who reveal their plan to move into their region. He sends them a massive check for the free advertising. In May 1986, the family decide to try out an oldie, and they spend billions building a rocket to search out space. But the bank manager jumps aboard when he realizes the rocket is filled with their money. The ship crash lands on a distant planet, where an enraged alien yells at the bank manager for dumping his garbage all over their lawn.
Turk, sir.
So the UFO brings the manager and all the Bumpkin money back to Earth. And soon...
Evidence that other planets are inhabited. Priceless! We'll pay £3 million for it.
$10 million.
20 million rubles.
God!
So that's another kind of alien we need to add to our little list. In June 1986, Ma Bumpkin feeds the family cat, because they have a cat now apparently, and notes that cat food has gotten very expensive. This gives Pa Bumpkin the idea to adopt as many stray cats as they can, so they can spend their fortune feeding all of them. However, word soon spreads, and many locals arrive to adopt the cats and donate massive funds to their rescue operation. It turns out the banker spread the word, and the line only goes up. The late 80s saw the reintroduction of the family's pet pig. In the 1974 comics, the pig was a boy and was named Rufus. But the 1984 comics depict their pig as a girl. You know what? Good for her. In February 1984, the Bumpkins are delivered a new pile of money. But soon Rufus begins eating it. They decide to feed her all the money in their house, and their love makes Rufus grow so big that the Bumpkins have to leave their home. They take the pig to a pig competition, which she easily wins. But it turns out there's a secret prize for winning: the pig's own weight in gold. Soon the Bumpkins have more wealth than ever, but this time the pig can't even eat gold. Here's a little comic that's set 40 years and 1 week ago today.
Look, it'd be April Fool's Day. That'd be handy for us.
What you be suggesting, Billy? That we be stupid?
No, Pa. It's just that today be the day when folks play tricks on each other.
Right! So we'll play a trick on Mr. Bank Manager. Hee hee!
So the Bumpkins go to the bank and tell the bank manager that they finally have something to invest: the eggs that their chicken laid this morning. They run off, believing that this distraction will give them enough time to get rid of their money. But when they try to give out their cash on the streets, everyone assumes it's a cruel April Fool's gag, and no one takes the bait. Just then, the banker notices that these eggs are mostly made of gold, and he ends up making a massive profit, selling them to interested buyers.
How? We've April Fooled ourselves. Well...
Don't forget to bring your next lot of eggs. More lovely money.
In July 1987, the family discover that their floorboards are rotting and that there is a massive mine shaft under their house. They have their net worth taken out of the bank in coins and throw it down the shaft. It would seem the original owner of their mansion also hated his riches, so he built his house over Britain's only diamond mine. Haven't they done this one before? I checked. This isn't a reprint. They just used the same ending years later.
And they thought we wouldn't notice.
By the end of 1987, Whizzer and Chips went back to only using reprints of older strips. New stories wouldn't arrive until March of 1988, when the comic would introduce a brand new storyline of a character named Miss Crawley being hired by the bank manager to try and make the Bumpkins more adjusted to a high society lifestyle.
Tin plates and cups? What's happened to the bone china?
I'll show ye. Them brittle things break when we put them in the dishwasher.
That is the washing machine for clothes!
Turning the Bumpkins into stylish people won't be easy.
I know, but I'll keep trying.
This story arc lasts from the 19th of March, 1988 to June the 18th. The story then returns on the 16th and the 23rd of July, then from the 13th of August through the 10th of September, then again on the 8th of October. She then returns again a year later, in July 1989. Here, she has the professor build a machine that can copy one person's manners to someone else. However, when they try to connect Crawley and Pa Bumpkin, something goes wrong.
Don't ye worry. I never felt a thing.
Miss Crawley, are you all right?
Course I'd be all right. I ain't never felt better in me whole life.
Oh, but you assured me that Mr. Bumpkin would be behaving just like Miss Crawley by now.
I reckons you got that right, Prof. Pardon me, be behaving exactly the same like.
In the end, there were 22 issues dedicated to Miss Crawley. She's clearly meant to be the Bumpkinverse version of Hathaway, but she brings out the worst in the comic. If you remove the ongoing gimmick of the family trying to get rid of their money, then there just isn't that big of a difference between the Clampetts and the Bumpkins. But they still did a few new comics with that original gimmick. On the 1st of April 1989, the Bumpkins are shocked when they meet a family that looks identical to them. The only difference is that the anti-Bumpkins were once rich and now are trying to find some way to make money. So the two families decide to swap places. Soon enough, the Bumpkins are enjoying poverty stress-free, while the anti-Bumpkins are wasting money living a lavish life. But the two bank managers figure out what's happened, and they set things right.
I'm afraid my lot has spent all your lot's money.
No problem. My lot have found some more.
In one story from July 1990, the Bumpkin kids learn in class about alchemy, the attempted practice of turning regular items into gold. So Pa Bumpkin attempts to do this backwards by turning a bar of gold into something else. But nothing happens.
I bet I can even use it to wash a Wurzel.
Eh?
Say it being true. The dish and the Wurzel be turned to gold.
Wurzel be the missing ingredient for making gold. Get rid of it, quick!
The family panic and pour the mixture down their drain, but the bank manager outsmarts them.
Everything it touched turned to gold, including the sink and drain pipes. You're even richer than before.
How?
It should be pointed out that in between many of these new comics have been the regular reprints of strips from the 1970s. Things change once again for the comic in October 1990, when Whizzer and Chips also came to a sudden end. But like before, Whizzer and Chips would simply be absorbed by another comic, Buster, which had been running since 1960. And through this, the original stories continued for some time. In the first issue of the new run, the Bumpkins discover that little Billy has a girlfriend, and this gives Pa an idea.
Why not buy her a nice expensive present and get rid of loads of money?
Ah! I've got a present for you. I hopes you likes these trinkets.
Wow.
We've got rid of the money!
I'll take them straight to my daddy, and he'll sell them and make you more money.
Eh? This is my daughter. When she grows up, she's going to work in my bank.
Ah! I've been tricked by a pretty face.
On February the 21st, 1991, a middle-aged man in need of a business idea discovers the Bumpkins and follows them around. He discovers that they are unable to get rid of money, and this inspires him. He asks them to give him the bag of money, and they follow suit. Soon enough, they learn that he has turned their lives into a video game, and it is flying off the shelves. And of course, they are owed a piece of the royalties. Now, as far as I can tell, This was the final original comic published in the Buster comic. Everything from here was reprints. This continued into September 1991, when the comic was fully discontinued. Unexpectedly, there was a Whoopee annual for 1992, and this included the final original Bumpkin Billionaires comic ever published. In the story, Miss Crawley is trying to get the Bumpkins into horse racing, but they fatten up the horse she buys them. Billy still manages to win by holding food on a stick in front of the horse. Actually, after I recorded that last bit, I checked again and found another Bumpkin Billionaires comic at the end of the 1992 annual. In this story, Miss Crawley asks why the bank manager always wears that bowler hat, and he reveals that he is chronically bald. Crawley suggests that he starts wearing a hairpiece because no one would notice. This is ironic, as the other bank manager, Drysdale, was played by a man wearing a hairpiece. However, when the pair visit the Bumpkins, the family mistake the wig for a critter attacking Drysdale, and they shoot it. When the bank manager reveals the truth, the family reveal that Ma Bumpkin knows how to make special hair tonic. This one feels familiar, but I can't put my finger on it. The family first tests the tonic on a hairless dog to prove it works, and then the bank manager accepts. However, the bank manager later reveals to Crawley that his hair has grown back embarrassingly large and thick. So that's the final Bumpkin Billionaires comic. A story that is very blatantly plagiarized, but from what source I can't immediately remember. The Bumpkin Billionaires did return to Buster in February 1994. These reruns would continue until the end of 1999. At the end of that year, it was decided that the Buster comics was going to come to an end. The final issue was released for the first week of the new millennium. Unlike the previous examples, no other publication would absorb Buster's characters and comics. This would be a certified end to all the material contained within. Because so many of these magazines had been absorbed into each other through the years, this meant that this was not just the end of Buster, Whizzer and Chips, and Whoopee, it was also the end of Radio Fun, Funny Wonder, Film Fun, Picture Fun, Kinema Comic, Film Picture Stories, Illustrated Chips, Top Spot, The Big One, Giggle, Jet, Core, Monstrous Fun, Jackpot, Fun School, Nipper, Oink, Wow, Cheesy, Shiver and Shake, Knockout, Crazy Comic, and Scouse Mouse. By 1999, Buster Comics represented nearly a century of British comic history, and it coming to an end was a profound moment. So let's go ahead and give our final judgments. How fair is it to say that the Bumpkin Billionaires is a ripoff of the Beverly Hillbillies? Here's the simplest way to put this. If you told me this comic was licensed, I'd probably believe you at first. The Bumpkin Billionaires almost feels like a reverse Sanford & Son, a British take on an American sitcom. I don't know if I can really call it a knockoff in the end, but I will say that it feels much more like an unlicensed adaptation than a parody. It doesn't help that from its original comic to its last, this series ran for 17 years. That's almost twice as long as the Beverly Hillbillies lasted. But I can't say that I didn't enjoy the adventures of this little bumpkin family. With that, I think we've now completed our special Knockoff November in December, in April, intermission, 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 intermission.